We did it! Oh my goodness. Oh, I slept like a brick after last night, I'll tell you. Oh my goodness gracious. Hello. We've got nothing too crazy today. We're just in need of some need some assets. Gotta get a couple commissions done. And any bonus things we could do if we could get the channel banner somehow done. And the thumbnail sketch, because you know I've done enough gorgonzola hunting where I think I could make a good video out of that bad boy. But apart from that, we've got these three lovely little Pokemon stickers here. Oh my god, excuse me, sorry. What a great start that was. Now, I drew those two as food, right? We had the Pikachu and the Eevee, right? Super cute. But I couldn't think of a good one from you. I don't know how you turn you into food. Like, I mean, I imagine like if I just took a food and I just like stuck them in it, it could be cool. Like maybe if we stick Mew in like an apple, that could be a good one. But I think we'll stick with this right now. And if I need to come back to it, I'll come back to it. But it's for a commission, so I'm not too worried about it. They already gave the thumbs up, so I'm happy as a clam. Um, Also, hi Plague. Hello, welcome back. Mew, yes, very cute little baby. Who do we want to start with first? I think we just go left to right. I did realize one small mistake with the Pikachu sketch. The rice is supposed to be on the bottom of the sushi. So you know what? I think we'll leave it as is. We'll leave it as is. It'll be funny. It'll be funny. No worries. Oh my god, Snowball, hi, welcome back. Oh, wait, hold on. I have something. My model's gonna cut off for a second so I can send this to myself and put it on stream. There we go. I can pull up live TD again. Sketches are so clean. Aw, I think they're dirty. I think it's pretty bad. Um, let me see if I can pull up like this is how I used to sketch, but it just, you know, I was basically polishing the sketch by the end of it. If I grab like oh, where is it? Where could it be? Where could it be? Am I blind? Oh, there it is. Like this is what I used to do when I would draw with a tablet, but you know, at this point I would just consider this done. It was fun. But I always had a tough time where I'm just like, oh, is this like the final artwork? Is this like a sketch that I'm drawing just a sketch? And I could never like pick. And then if I was going to a final artwork, I had too much detail beforehand. And so while these like looked great and they're great for like posting and stuff, I just couldn't I couldn't get behind it. And so Chicken Scratch is good because you get it done. It purposely looks bad. It's only there to just get you started and get going. And you know, I think it's maybe a more productive, and it's reduced my stress a little bit, because what's nice about it too is like you avoid that sort of startup in like when you're starting the final, and you know it's like the horse meme where like most of the horse looks good but not all of the horse looks good. Excuse me. And I had something I was going to show on stream. Let me pull it up now. Save image. There we go. Image, create new. I really need to. Why am I just? Oh, I'm on my desktop. Duh. No, that's not what I want. Where did it save? Oh my goodness. Save image. What is on my desktop? Desktop. I'm blind. Okay. Here it is. I got the printer working before I went to bed. Whoop. Ta-da! Behold! The fan art fridge. We're up to 2. That's 2 more than I thought we were gonna get before the end of the year. There we go. We'll give that a nice crop. You know what? We'll keep this down here. We'll keep this down here. There it goes. Ah, perfect. Yes, it's perfect. Oh my goodness. Every day I see it and I'm very motivated, very happy. So I appreciate you. Grandma's put your artwork on the fridge. So that's what we get. We got it. We got it. All right. Now, we're off to a great start to the stream because I'm immediately going to vanish for like 2 quick minutes. My lunch, I put it in the oven like 2 hours ago. I didn't turn the oven on. So I'm going to wolf that down real quick and take it out of the oven. So I'll be right back. While that's happening, we'll figure out which one of these bad boys we're going to do first. And then, we'll go from there. We'll go from there. It'll be quick. It'll be quick. I should probably do this too. All right, I think that puts it across. Immediately vanishing. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ooh, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. I'll take a picture because that's pretty good. Pretty good. Model's coming off again. Can I even get a picture like this? It's hooked up. I don't know. Do it this way. We'll go like this. Go. Drainfly trying to eat my food. All right, now we got some finger food. It's really a fork food, but you know. Oh, did I actually take the picture? Let's see. Listen, we don't come here for the quality streams, which I think is ironic because I think I ranted for a good 20 minutes yesterday about, oh man, all those people with low quality streams and all this other stuff. And I'm not proving much better. I'm not proving much better. All right, we got a snack photo. We got a snack photo. All right, save image. Save. We want to rotate it. Edit. Can I rotate 90 degrees? No. Edit. Bam. Rotate, rotate. Crop it. And we save. All right, so there was supposed to be more green on this, but I kind of forgot. Another image. This the stream isn't even gonna be about the art at this point. There's just gonna be a bunch of random shit on the screen. Here we go. This is spicy roasted potatoes, vegetarian chicken, and cottage cheese. Put that right there for now. So we don't have to worry about it. What's the sauce? That is barbecue sauce. It was supposed to also have yum yum sauce on it, but I couldn't find my bottle of yum yum sauce. And I was gonna put a roasted vegetable on top, but no. Vegan ass meal. It is a vegan ass meal. It's pretty good. Oh my goodness. Wow, we got the full squad. Everybody's here. So good. I wanted buffalo sauce too, but I couldn't find any buffalo sauce in my fridge. Okay. Let's get to work. You have not slept? Yeah, that tracks. That tracks. We're starting Pikachu. I could tell I saw you were on when I woke up. That was like, oh, he's never up this early. All right, we want to also add some, actually, before I do this, we want to make some adjustments to this Pikachu. So we want to add some of the crab row up here that you'll normally see. So I'm thinking we'll do like big ones. Something like this. And we'll have a couple on the ground as well. In these piles here. And those two are in front, and there's one over here. Going to just quickly highlight what I would want for texture. And that's looking pretty good. That's looking pretty tasty. And we could put some sauce on it too. We could do some sauce. Let's do some sauce. Go to sleep, Monster Hunter. The randoms kept missing the railgun. Like, how? You saw me playing. That's how. Cutie R. It is. He's so cute. Look at him. He's so happy. He's been a little rolled up into a little burrito. I think we add some sauce here. So I'm gonna just take pure white. We're gonna sauce him up. Because then we can have the sauce like dripping down his head. So it's just like wop, wop, wop. Maybe some is like dripping down this ear. And just in general oozing over the rice and stuff. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Nah, okay, no, it looks weird. It looks weird. It looks weird. We could probably do the QP mayo. This looks like an atrocity. I don't think we need it. I don't think we need it. I don't think we need it. I would add like spring. I think we should add some green because this is all going to be warm colors. We're going to want something as like a highlight. So maybe we add in like some spring onion. So like a tube here. We add like a ring in here. Yeah, this is much better. This is much better. This one's like hidden behind. And we'll do something like this. Yeah, I'm being ambitious about my 3-hour time limit, ain't I? We'll put one on the tip of the tail. No, that probably wouldn't look as good. I'm thinking one like here. Oh, we can put one on his head like a little crown. There we go. That'll do her. Yeah, some nice green onion. Good to be ambitious? This is a little bit too much ambitious. I don't think it's gonna happen. I will say, ever since I swapped to using a mouse, it's just been night and day. It's just been so much better. Yeah, having some green is good. We need like a cluster though. I need a spot where there's just like a couple of them bundled together. So I just put them on the floor, like a bundle of them on the floor on the left there. No, I need like 2 here. So we balance this out. And we can just have that under like some of the row. So it's more balanced composition. And then we'll do 3 down here, which will give us a good amount of variety and a little bit more visual consistency. Yeah. Now that's looking better. Chives, I guess. We could do smaller. We can make them chives. But I kind of like this size where everything is about the same. He's covered in toppings. He's all tasty. Thankfully these two are just going to be super easy, but we're going to take a bite and then we'll start rendering. Oh, I forgot to get some water. Whoops. All right, we're back at it. All right, so to start, I actually want to grab you so I have a copy of your base colors, and then I'll adjust them to my purposes later. We want to start with the sushi first. A nice little pink piece of sashimi. These colors are just placeholder, and I will replace them in the end. We actually want this on top, and we want to turn this down so we can barely see it. Then what we're going to do is grab ourselves the Pikachu yellow. And again, we can fix all the colors later. I'm not too worried about it. So what we're doing is we're just planning out. I don't want this to be a pure black. Just a little bit of yellow mixed in there. There we go. So what we're doing is we're gonna get all the colors in, so I get a visual appeal of what it's gonna look like. Then we're gonna carve out the shapes to make sure everything is good and chunky and reads nice just with the shapes and the color themselves. Then what we're gonna do is we're going to add in most of the rendering with one flat color, and after that we'll go in with the line art afterwards, because the line art is like, I think a lot of people use it wrong. They're using their final art lines as a render rather than tracing out the shapes, because the goal is to get contrast. And I think if you like go straight to line art right off the rip, unless it's like something you're like super skilled at, I genuinely think most artists should skip doing line art when they start out, because without a good foundation, your line art can really suffer. And that really screwed me over when I did my first bits and bobs of art. We want current layer. And the moment I started painting like this, like, you know what they say, draw like a painter, this is what they mean by that. Because I have a nice solid foundation, and when I'm done with that, afterwards my lines come in and I can be more confident and deliberate with them. You could argue it's probably faster to just straight up go straight to line art and, you know, rip off the band-aid, so to speak. But I think, especially for me, like I'm a fairly good artist, but I still have bits and bobs where I struggle, and I think this just helps me get a foundation and I can see the artwork as a whole, because I save so much time. That's not rice. I save so much time sketching that it gives me way more time when I'm in here with the rendering. So that way you know, because you would do these things called color studies normally. Are his paws? Whoops. Are his paws black? No, they're just little yellow extensions. Okay. It's going to help you get a nice overview of the whole image rather than being forced to do all that work on your line art and you realize you've made a mistake. You'll notice, I'm going to do everything in one single layer rather than like putting my line art on a separate layer, etc. Because I can make edits on the fly. Like if I pull up my thumbnail from yesterday, you can see this artwork, right? Looks nice, looks clean. If we zoom in, you can see like I made chops, I made edits, and I can be as dirty as I want with it because it's a thumbnail. You're not going to see as much. But like if I came in here and I was like, oh man, I wanted a different mouth, then I can just do this. Whoops. I want to do this. I can just come in here, I can do this, and I can do a mouth like this. And this is just so much faster than having to fix the line art, going to your flats layer, going to X and Y, doing X and B. I got so frustrated with it, and the moment I decided to, break free of my chains, my artistic chains, it allowed me to be a lot more creative and expressive, and as a result, my own style really flourished and came out of it. But again, this is not going to work for everyone. It's mainly something that worked for me. So we're going to switch to more of a cherry red here for up here. We're going to do a nice like red, orangey, yellow fish roe. We don't want to be too close to salmon. I want to be more to the yellow-orange side. That salmon color is probably going to change. It is a bit too pink, and it needs to be how big is our salmon? Salmon. Yeah, that's more orange. This is more red. I have it backwards. Well, this is cooked salmon. I want raw. Yeah, salmon. I always think it's red, but it is more pink. See, like right now, I want to change this color. I just grab this, bam, pull up our menu, and we want it to be more like this bad boy. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Now we're salmon. There it is. All right, now let's get our fish roe going. I'm not a fan of these shapes I drew, so I'm probably going to make a lot of, most of my revision time is probably going to be spent up here, reviving the shape of that row up there. That's all good. Let's get the Pikachu tail in. The clever amongst you would have noticed that this is a female Pikachu because it's got the rounded tail. Avoid that. Up on here. And we want to make sure we've got this. Now, the one thing I don't like about my artwork is handling gradients is very, very hard. I like having flat, simple shapes, but the moment you add a gradient, you basically have to commit to it. Like I can always repaint over it, clean it up, etc. But it's just so much harder to do that. I haven't really found a good way to get that nice clean gradients. Obviously you can do stuff like this where I would just progressively get smaller and do stuff like that, or realistically what I used to do was something like this, and then I would go in and do the same on the other color, and it works, but the problem is when you're working in such a simplified form, it becomes difficult to go ahead and add more to this. because you're already minimizing as much information as you can, condensing it into as simple of a form as you can. So when I would go ahead and I would try to do this, you would be very, very intentional with your texture, and that's not easy to do. I'm confident I could do it. I personally just don't think it's worth the effort. Um, so what I'll probably end up doing for this specific instance, you can see up here, we can draw some inspiration from the original artwork. They've already done the hard work for us. There are these extra little zigs and zags where the colors are coming in. And while that is a rendition of the render, I'm just going to leave that for now. We'll see how it looks in the end. And if things pan out nicely, we might even get lucky and it looks nice. Worst case scenario, we just go ahead and we add ourselves in a nice gradient. And you know what? We suck it up because, it's called painting. It's not meant to be easy. You are meant to suffer for the art. And we'll leave that as is, and we'll come back to it. Now, I did also make another mistake. I've got the fish roe up here, but I think I want the Pikachu tail to be on top, kind of like divided by the fish roe. So I'm going to make a revision. And again, this is why I don't do the line art first, because I'm like, you know what? I've made a critical error. I'm going to change something around. Whoop, there we go. Oops, excuse me. Oops, excuse me. I'm on the wrong layer. Whoops, my bad. Apologies. Pardon. There we go. So now the tail is in the right place. And we can have these red lumps kind of come over it and show that there's more depth here. We're going to use this as a tool for depth. So that comes over. And then over here, we have that come in. Now, I do lose some of that green onion I had built up here. So I'm going to try and add that back in now. And this is why, even sketching in the black and white, and then the moment you add color, though, it all starts to click and come together, and you start to get a good understanding of that composition. I think we're only going to finish this art if I keep chatting like this. So, you know what? If I don't get any channel assets done, it just means we get to reuse the thumbnail, and we get to do this all over again. And hopefully I don't have as many commissions I have to catch up then. I would just do that later, but I still need to finish the render and cutting of the artwork for another VTuber I'm working on. So I need to balance out my time, and unfortunately, this is the one we've got going on here. But I think it's also good art practice, good style practice when I get up to making the banner, which is probably what I'll sketch out today. I don't need to do the Adoriana template. I pretty much already got that yesterday. The Hollow Knight thumbnail is just a little bonus. I think I'm going to focus on the channel banner after these guys because there's just, it's hard. I don't know what I'd want to do, though. That's the hard part. That's the hard part. All right, take another bite. Oh my goodness. Big bite. Sorry, it was just so tasty. I had to go in for a second one. So let's get in another chive here. Bam. We'll top off with more yellow. I'm not really sure how I want this shape to work. His ears kind of just fold behind his head. So I'm going to assume they kind of pop up like this. And then we go down. Which means I need more room here. And we just go down like that. And now that's added a bit more depth. So the shape isn't quite just one analogous thing. It's a little bit bigger now. I'm also, for artistic expression, I'm going to puff out his little cheek here so he looks all chubby and cute. And then I'm going to round out this part of his face. And we're just going to cut out where I want the rice to be, which is like right here. Another big round grain here. This guy's going to come up like that. We want another one right here. And this one as well. So this way, it looks like his face is nice and buried in that rice. Ah, yeah, look at him. He is lost in the sauce. And I think now we're on pretty good track. We're going to go in and add our spring onion here. All right, we got all that there, and that's fish roe, actually. I want to use fish roe. I think it's meant to be you. Boom. And some over here. Actually, this is very like with the season. He's got Christmas colors right now. He's Christmas colored. You know, every family needs a Christmas Pikachu. Now we can go in and we're gonna carve out some more final shapes of this rice. So the salmon is now gonna be more accurate. I'll leave that as is. We'll avoid those fingers. Another piece here, a long piece there. Oh, a big piece coming out like that, and right here. I went up when we're supposed to go down. Did I get that right? Yeah, something like that. This, then we invert, grab the white so we can draw over. All right. Now what we're gonna do, this is one of the only layers I'll split up. I will put the like line art on a separate layer to start, but once I actually like have it mostly where I want the artwork, I'll end up merging it all down into one layer. So we'll add another layer here, and this is for our value structure. This is just so I can start to get a glimpse of the shapes and lighting here that I want. But after this, it's going to be fixed up. I actually just thought of another thing I'm going to change. I want the tail to come down more, so it looks like it's like splitting into this more, because right now what it's doing is, the way I had it before, we had our angles messed up, so he was looking like he was in two different planes at the same time. We're going to fix this too. And I'll clean that up afterwards, but now because I've shortened that, if we look at the before, it looks like this is like flat, like it's horizontal, but now it looks like it's at a 45 degree, which is what we'd rather have here with this bad boy. And we'll go ahead and clean this back up. We'll get the other spring onion in here, clean that out. And we'll put the one that's on his tail up here. You know, we're adding all these in honor of 𝘵𝘥𝘵𝘥𝘦. That's all. We're just adding these in honor of 𝘵𝘥𝘵𝘥. That's all. I have to fix this here. I was also really tempted to add music to the stream, but you know, I talked about it a bit yesterday when I was going over the stream. One of the big things that I'm not sure what music I can sample. I'm pretty sure if I just go ahead and grab myself, what is it? Pretty much any like copyright free lo-fi music like that's just streaming right now, I'd be fine. I don't want to risk it though, because like I can cut it out in post, I can do whatever I want, but I don't know. We'll see. I mean, these aren't going to get turned into videos. Only about half of my live streams are. So this one is nice and pretty low effort. So I mean, I could put some music on. What do we think? We think just put some chill music in the background, some Christmas music, or we feeling we just keep it as is? Cuz I've got my own music playing. You can't hear it, but I got some tunes going. But I think a while ago some wisdom a YouTuber imparted on me when they were streaming is someone said, "God, where's the music? It's so like quiet in here." And she just like stopped, stared at the camera and said, "Put on your own fucking music. You know, don't like if you want music, put on some music. But more importantly, like, you know, I'm a big fan of that because if I just want to watch someone art and talk, I can just put on whatever one I want. Because there's so many times where I like tune into something and I'm like, I'm not feeling the music, you know? Which is like a little bit harder. I know sometimes the people who tune on mobile and etc. But once I feel a bit more confident in the music choice that I've got when I find something I can utilize, I'll probably be putting that on. But for now, I'll probably keep it as is, a little bit quiet, a little bit chill, a little bit easy. But I was curious about your guys' opinion on that. You know what we should do? We should do like a tower. What if we do like 3 chives here? Make him like a little stacked crown. Something like this. Where they're like on top of each other. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Nah, it messes the whole thing up. I'm gonna leave it as is. Oh, Chive Guy. So Chive Guy is he like blew up on Reddit where every single day he was cutting up chives until the subreddit he was in said they were perfect. But then one day went by where he posted 2 of the same image. Bah, 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 and it was like some drama about that, but I don't think anyone really cared. I don't know. I wish I had the dedication of like Porridge Guy. The guy who posts like nothing but a bowl of porridge every single day, and it's like he eats porridge every single day. Like that's dedication, and I'll never have that level of dedication. I can't. I gotta spice up life. Have everything too consistent is rough. All right, so now that I'm mostly happy with this, I've just got to work out some more details on the rice. I'm going to take another bite. Um, then we'll detail out the rice. We'll do the lighting. We'll see what I want for lighting. And then after that, we'll probably just start final rendering. We should be able to wrap this up pretty quickly. All right, we're back at it. All right, what did I say was next? We were going to focus on the rice a bit. So right now there's not much shape here. It kind of looks like porridge. So I'm going to come in, long piece, tall piece, piece sticking out at 45. I kind of like that, but I actually want just another big piece sticking out. I guess it wouldn't really stick out because that's not how this dish kind of works. Something more akin to that. And then we'll copy it up there. Clean this bad boy up. And we'll add in some more shape here because that should be smaller. This actually should just be, this should be 2 pieces a row and not a big guy like that. More row, and then this guy. And only these ones are coming over, so another piece here. This chive is behind the fissure to give depth. This should be a couple separate ones and not just the one. All right, now we're getting somewhere. Okay, so now before we want to proceed with the line art, colors, shading, rendering, etc., we need to kind of plan out our method of attack here. So we'll grab this layer. I'm gonna grab just a neutral gray. And we'll set that to multiply, clip and group. And so now it'll only paint on the layers we already painted. And we want to determine where we want our light source to come from. I'm going to keep this pretty dark because with the more extreme contrast, we'll be able to see how we want this to line up. Like, do I want it coming from the top, from the side? I think for this piece specifically, key things to look out for when you're doing a light source. I always my default is like 9 times out of 10. My default is coming in from the upper left a little bit towards the camera and doing something like that. This is generally my go-to. Because it's easy, you do it enough, you start to get consistent with it. But we want to think about how it's going to play with all the shapes here in the artwork. So I think for this specific artwork, if I was to take this magical little arrow here and plan out where I want to put it, we have a couple methods of attack. I think the worst possible one would be here on the right, because if it comes from this way on the right, we're going to have just a massive shadow from this tail overlapping this top part of the artwork here, which we don't really want. If we grab from the top up here, it's like very dramatic lighting. The lighting says, the angle of the light, I should say, says a lot about the piece. If it's coming up from here, it's like very dramatic, like a spotlight, which is very artificial unless we're in like outside in the sun. It's like noon specifically in that specific time and place in Australia. Same thing coming from the bottom would be spooky. So we definitely want to be on the left side here. I think, frankly, I'm going to put it here, and I just have to decide if I want the light to be coming more from the front or the back. I think to keep it consistent, I just go with the golden standard. Like, if you don't know what to do with a light source, if you don't have anything in a special scene or what have you, I can't recommend the upper left hand enough. It's just a good basic starter, but don't use it for everything. It can become a crutch. Really focus on the piece and what you want. Now for the angle of the light, I'm going to want something like this, because this is going to properly illuminate all of the shapes I have here. So now we've got our multiply, we'll grab our shadows, and now we can start laying out what we want. What I usually start with is I just take a big old chunk, and I know that that's there. and this is also technically shadow. So you've got like a big spotlight on it, and you can start to trim and cut and get an idea of what's going on. So now that I have my big light, I'm going to start doing it for all of my shapes. So for example, this guy. Now, another thing to keep in mind is because this isn't just a big spotlight on him, there's a bunch of ambient light. The light itself will be casting shadows, but it's not going to be harsh shadows. So we don't need to, we want to have more light. When I think about it, I usually think about it like this. If we've got this sphere here, what a great circle I've just drawn. If we've got this sphere here, it's like a hard and fast that depends on the light, but I usually break it into thirds of whatever object I'm looking at. So here on this object, if I just grab Pikachu's head, for example, merged image, then we just grab that shadow color, lock that. So with Pikachu's head here, most of the light is hitting him. We're also out in ambient light. So 2/3 of his head is going to be in the light, where 1/3 is shadow. Where maybe if it was like a direct light source from this kind of an angle, we'd have like maybe half or like, 2/3. So I always try to simplify it when I'm doing something like this, because then it's just way easier to visualize. So we've got about that much here. This chive has a shadow here in the center, which is where that shape is going to come from. Excuse me. For the most part, this whole entire bad boy is going to be in light. Oh, I put this on the wrong layer. Clipping group, merge that down. We want most of this to be in light, so only about that much is in shadow. Excuse me. Grab that guy. And okay, and again, this is just a layout. What I'll do is when I actually get to, oh, because you're supposed to be at different opacity. Whoops. How bad. You know what, we'll just cut that out. That's fine. When we get to the final render, I'll actually like hand pick the colors. But for this now, I just want this generic shape. And most of you right now are thinking, "Oh, this is just overkill. This is overkill for like a tiny little sketch like this." And to that, I say, "Well, it's not, because this is how you practice." And I can hear people being like, "Oh, but like, wouldn't you want to like, you know, do something specifically for practice? And when you're doing it, you should just go and go and go." But if you think about it, when you get to start doing this like as a job professionally, and you're just doing it so much more often, you very quickly run out of time to do that like prolonged practice. And you find out pretty quickly that most of your time spent doing the render is practice. I don't think people realize just like how much of a fuck it, we ball mindset you really have to have. Like, there's good time for like intentional practice and stuff, but for stuff like this, it just makes a difference. We're gonna cut all this out because this is in light. This guy goes here. We don't need that there, that there. You are in shadow. You are in light. You are in shadow. Shadow, shadow. The hedgehog. There, there, there. This has a little bit of a light under here, so we'll keep that for now until I get to the final render. And greens. You might be thinking this light is really extreme now too, but again, I'm just doing this so I have a setup of I know what I'm looking for. Like this rice is just going to be so much easier to build the shape out for if I use this time to carve it out. So now I can go in and I can be like, this is a grain of rice. This is a grain of rice. This is a separate grain. Got another one here, another one here. Now we just start building it out. We're gonna have this one like completely locked in, and now we know we want one here. And just sort of filling them up with rice. Nice big round chunks. Now I know I want another one here. So I want one to come down to here. One here. And then his hand will come out of there. I don't like these two being right on top of each other, so we're just going to break that up. My headset's yelling at me because it's not getting any input. Whoopsie. For most other artwork, I usually would just I would just go with it. I just do the line at this point and then do the shadow after. Hold up, let me get my music fixed. All right, and then if you guys can somehow hear that, let me know. You shouldn't be able to, but if you can, let me know. Go ahead. Let's just keep making some shapes. Shapes. Now I just got that, which I think we could just leave as is if I go like something like this. I'm not too sure how I feel about actually drawing out all the greens. I might try to simplify it a bit, but we'll see. I think I don't normally do this kind of texture, so I wanted to give it a go, and we'll see how it looks. Okay, you are a shadow up there. Another piece of rice. Let's have a piece of rice like jut up so that it cuts out of the row. We can start labeling out the fish row. This is a big piece. I know that this is a chive and there should be shadow in here. And like like as I'm going through, I'm just seeing so many more like optimizations and things need to change. And again, if I went to line art, I would have missed all these little details that I'm fixing and adjusting now as we go through. Let's make him thinner, something like that. You're a shadow, so we want something like you. And it should be noted I'm only doing the shape of shadows right now. When I'm done and I'm happy with how everything has light hitting it, then I usually go through and I'll do like the cast shadow. So like over here, how this is just gonna get a bit more shadow from Pikachu, a bit more here as well. This will have like some light here, but for the most part, it's gonna be in shadow. Same thing, all of this is like behind his face. So there's only gonna be like a little pocket of light here. But if we include the grains, we don't gotta think about that. Like this is the section I think I want like a rice piece here, even though I know his like cheek is on top of that. Boom, boom. And then another piece here, which that one's coming over. Hey, we got it. Then over here, I don't like how these shapes are churned out, but I guess it's okay. We'll keep it that way for now. Or like this. Cut out our rice piece. Clean that up. Fish roe. Piece on top. One thing that's hard about making shapes like this is you run into a problem where you want to make certain patterns, but if you're not careful, it starts to look like a repeated texture, like in a video game where you can see the texture over and over again. So instead, what you want to do is if something looks wrong, that means it looks random, which means it's probably better. So one thing I don't like about how I've got this set up right now is these grains look a bit strange to me. Not so much because there's an issue with how they're set up, but I think what's happening is there are pieces on top of pieces that shouldn't be that way. So I'm going to try and add some more depth. So I want to break this up. I want this to come on down like this so another grain can come up here. So it looks like that's on top of that. Now I've got two that are next to each other, so they look very similar. And we're almost done with these grains of rice. So have that be a dark piece. And that can be a light piece. Well, it's all in shadow, really. So you know what that means? I think that just means another piece of rice has to come out of here. Except it should be under this guy. Ear comes out on top. Another piece like this, another piece like this. Here's what I mean. This piece should be on top. We're trying to go for like what scales are happening. So every piece that's going this way should be on top of another piece. Like this should not be happening. These should be on top. This should not be happening. This should be on top. This should not be happening. Actually, no, this should be happening. That's right. That's right. Another green here. Probably something like that. Another green here. Wrap it up like that. All right, now what we can do, that we've got most of our rice satiated. It's up to be like that. And some rice that comes up into there, so it looks like it's got some pieces. Boom. Boom. Another one here. Bam. Big one to come up on top of that. Another one here. Another one there. All right, and he looks so fluffy. All right, so now that I have that, I'm going to come in and start adding this shadow to the rice. And I'm not worried about how dirty this air quotes shading is, because once we get to the line art, it's all going to be redone anyway. And again, this is purely for value structure here. But it shouldn't matter too much because it's all going to have a pretty similar light level. But like this guy, I'm just going to darken that whole thing because he's behind. And then these guys all get some. We know that these are all those shapes. Now I don't like how it's like he's wearing a Wooloo costume. Kind of. I kind of, now that I've done this, I'm not a big fan of this texture overall. I'm not a big fan of it. I think it'll look better once it's rendered, but I'm not kind of like it. I'm not kind of like it. Out here using big words like value structure. No, it's just a medium-sized word. It's a medium-sized word. I think honestly though, I might end up just taking the rice texture out and simplifying it. Because right now, what I'm doing is I'm trying to stylize it like these two are, but by adding every single rice grain, it's going to be a bit difficult to keep track of. So I'll probably keep this as is, then cut out all of the shadowing we just did. Because don't be afraid to undo your work. If you think something's going to look better if you do something else, odds are it probably will. Like don't be afraid to scrap some of your work. So like this will go here. This will go here. And I'll shadow from that. That needs to come up. That's fine. Bam. 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 Okay, and we've got pretty much everything I need. So this is our value structure we're kind of working with here. If we zoom out, we can see it's mostly working. The only difference is I think this just needs to be lighter here. Because this is technically two separate values. But I'm not worried about that now. Oh my god, I do that all the time. Well, over-rendering is my biggest op. It is. It's hard. It's hard. Knowing when to stop is a skill that I still don't have. Because sometimes just having so much fun rendering, can't do anything about it. Now, we're gonna take this off. So this is what we started with, right? And we're gonna slowly enhance it. And I can see immediately from when that rice pops up, I don't like it. So what I'm gonna do, I'm going to proceed to my line art actually. And I'm probably just going to cut out all the individual grains and I'll end up just generically shading these. But now that I have my value structure, I know how I'm going to want my line art laid out, which is going to make my life easier when we go into the final render. After I take a bite of this food. Oh, need some water too. If I didn't do this value structure, I would have had no clue that I really don't like how this rice looks. So I could have gone ahead and just been like, oh yeah, I'm the goat. I'll just start inking some rice. And I would have wasted so much time. This took what, like 5-10 minutes, and I've saved myself a couple hours worth of work. So we're gonna start with what size do I want this line art to be? I'm thinking how much detail do we have here? These are stickers, they're meant to be pretty big. So we're gonna want to go with probably like this, I'm thinking. Probably go bigger. These are gonna be about 2 to 3 inches. So if I zoom out, I can see on my screen, I know this is about 2 to 3 inches. So yeah, we're gonna want something about that thick. We're We're going to turn up our stabilizer because we are not using a tablet, so it's not going to be as pretty if I don't. And we're going to start with what I'm most confident about for shape, which is going to be the sushi in the bottom here, so the structure. And then from that, we're going to treat it like you would with a painting. You start with the background, move to the foreground. So I'm going to grab down here. And now the only issue is with this thick of a line, we're going to really struggle to get these Pikachu toes. And you can see it's going to look a bit funky. So actually, I think we're going to go down to about half this size. It might not look as good. Hopefully when it scales up, it'll look better, but we'll see, because this is going to give us way more wiggle room on these toes. How I gauge my line art, I usually use two sizes. One for the major outline of objects, and then the second one for finer details. I gauge the size. The first is half, the second is half of the first. I gauge the size by how big of a line art I need for the smallest detail of the largest chunk, which I know doesn't make any sense, but essentially what that means is how big of a piece how small of a brush can I get to accurately create the shape I need for the most detailed part. And then of a big chunk, like if there's something with a lot of sharp shapes or other like intricate more details, you've got to go smaller no matter how good your art style is, unless you can compensate that with rendering. Unfortunately, this is a hard edge on the outside of the artwork, so we've got to go a bit smaller. I think this size is going to be perfect. And then half of this is what I'm going to use for any fine details, which we don't have. So this will be the line art for the whole shebang. We're going to start here on his toes. There's one toe. I'm going to go against the grain here, so I like this toe. We're going to go like this for another small toe, and his big chonky leg. If we look at here, though, I'm just realizing another error. See, I'm glad I stopped. His toes don't work like that in the back. He's got hands and toes. I never noticed. So we actually want to go womp. Or actually, we'll add some shape here. Probably more like this. They kind of do that. And then I'll go behind the sushi. And his little toes, now that I've got the shape I want, cut it here. And we'll go 1, 2, buckaroo. So that when I go into the render with the final detail, I can add in his little toe beans. Or right now, if we're feeling fancy, I can just go in. Just do this as a placeholder. How's that looking? I don't like it. Doesn't look quite right. I think it curves in too much. So what I'm going to do, instead of just messing around like that for eternity, I'm just going to come in here and we'll fix it like this. And I'll just go womp. I know I want something like that. And womp, I want something like that. And make sure these are about the same. Carving slowly to make sure I get the shapes I want. Whoops. And then that toe is just a bit too round, but that's pretty accurate. We're gonna just go like this and like this until I get the shape I'm looking for, which is something like that. Now, to note, he is at an angle, so we want the toes to kind of overlap. So I'm just gonna grab this. Looking for something more like this. Yeah, that's better. That is still far behind, so it needs to be scrunched in more. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now we'll get back to inking. See, this is why I can't just do like a line sketch, because if that was just lines, I'd be doodling and doodling, doodling, then I'd have no clue about how the shape feels to me, you know? So let's go back to our size, which is about this big. 1 toe, 2 toe, 3 behind the sushi. So now the sashimi, the salmon. The salmon comes down to there. Not happy with that. I want it to be more like this. Still not quite right. I'm not feeling the mouse tool, so I'm gonna swap to my vector tool here, my little chibi tool. Get that shape I'm looking for. Now that's clean. Except that this is supposed to be behind here. Whoopsie. All right, there we go. I'm gonna round this out a bit more. And then we'll go down here. 1, 2, 3. And do the same thing here. Just make it a little round. And move all this over here. There we go. Sashimi, sushimi. We will grab outline of the tail next. Am sorry if I go quiet. This is when I start really focusing to see how I'm feeling about the artwork. So these are all round, so we're gonna do ruler, show hide ruler, ellipse. We're gonna start with the frontmost, get it to our right size. Now we can make sure they're all the same size. Oops. I'm not kind of feeling how perfect this is. It looks too perfect. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Too perfect. There's no love in it. There's no love in it. I'm just gonna keep going. Hmm. I don't know how I want to do this. I could just be a chump and plug in my drawing tablet, but I know I would lose a lot of motivation if I did. I don't know. This is all I'm doing a little bit of experimenting today. This goes against how I normally do things. I'm trying to keep the process mostly the same, but you know, what can you do? What can you do? We need to do a little science every once in a while. I think then there's another one here. And then this one comes above. Hmm. The row of doom. I'm not. It's just I hate perfectly round things because on a technicality, this is perfect. Like the row would be perfect, but you know what can you do? We'll take a break. We'll come back to it. You don't have to force yourself to finish a part you're not a big fan of. And this just goes behind. We have a bunch of grains here, so I'm gonna just get the outline of these grains to start. This does go over that one, so that's fine. I think what we'll do is you can come out. There's a green there, and then a green there, and then sushi. I always hate the line art phase because it looks terrible. But I know once I work my magic on a few of the parts, it's gonna look pretty good. But this is always the worst part. I hate this. I was trying out something new with the row and the texture, but I think I'm gonna go back to my old habits. I think I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it, Mr. Krabs. I think we just go with what sticks, with what works. Big piece comes up here. Another piece, and then we turn into a piece here. Do this over to here, and then you break into your 3 fingers. With chunky little hands. Also, don't be like afraid of like having errors or issues. Like I'm focusing so much on this toe because it's just bothering me. But like I don't know, it'll add some character. It'll add some character, so I'm not too worried about it. You gotta let it be. You gotta let it be. Because if you spend 6 hours on something tiny and you haven't even, you know, tried to work on the rest of the artwork, you're probably wasting your time. Look at this guy. Look at this he's lost in the sauce. Let's start with this chive, since this is on top. Do I want that to go above that? I think I just want it to be like a nice thin chive right on top here. Do you even know who came from China? What? Do I even know who came from China? What? Fish. I'm sorry. That is swimming right over my head. I've missed it. Do you even know who came from China? That's gonna be a question for the ages. God, I'm flabbergasted. No, I've got no clue. I've got no clue. I'm at a loss. I feel like maybe they're on a different plane of existence. I feel like they're probably leagues above us. Yeah, you just soft locked the streamer. I hope you feel better about yourself. Oh, we're gonna have to restart error. 𝘵𝘠𝘥𝘦𝘥𝘆 has stopped processing. Oh my god, you are such a chonkster. Look at him. Oh my goodness. Are you saying that sushi came from China? Is that what I'm understanding? Am I the crazy one? Oh my goodness, I can't get this curve. All right, I'm cheating. Everybody. Got him. No, you did. I've been got. I can't even deny. I got. Oh, this is supposed to be way bigger. Hold up. Just get them cheeks all puffed out. Get them puffing. Get another one of these. Look at that. Oh my god, what a goober. Oh, what a squished face she's got. Look at him. Merge that down here. There we go. Oh my goodness, he's having a great time. Okay, so now we're gonna follow that shape we set up before. Another long one. I might just cheat again. I say it's cheating, but like there's no cheating in artwork. If anyone ever tells you you're cheating, that just means you're doing good. Unless you're using AR, then we've got other issues to talk about right there. There we go, much better. And now we'll do this side. I don't know why I made that ear so big on this side. You know what? We'll keep it as is. We'll get rid of the sky. There we go. He's figuring it out. What's next? Got most of the outlines squared away. I think I'm gonna go back to my old habits. We're gonna see how it plays out. Wait, just realized I've never seen this UI. What software are you using? Ah, I've got the ancient technology. It's Paint Tool Sci. I've had this license and this software for 17 years. I'm not going back. I will never give up on this program, and until it stops working, until they pry it from my cold dead hands, I'm using it forever. Yeah, I tried to get on Photoshop. I tried to do anything else, but I'm sorry. This one is just the GOAT. There's literally nothing better than this program because all the other programs just have too much. There's too much. I don't need half of it. I don't need any of what those programs are offering. I just need a tool that puts color on the canvas. That's it. That's all I need. Photoshop's awful. That's awful. I feel sorry for anyone who likes Photoshop. No, I can't use Clip Studio either because why do I need a launcher to open up my drawing program? I don't want to open up a launcher to open up my drawing program. I just want to open up my drawing program. Also, just like, I have like 5 tools I need, and every other program just adds way too many. And they take forever to load, and they're bloated, and I get ads in my like drawing software, and I'm like, can we not? I just want my software, like, go away. Nah, I can't. I was like, all right, everyone's hyped this up. I guess I'll give this program a try. And I was retching. I was retching the moment I opened it up. I was like, this is awful. I'm sorry. Anyone who uses this, you're sadistic. I get it for animation, but I just couldn't. I just couldn't. Cannot get around to it. Okay. Let's clean this up. Okay, so now that we've got this all cleaned up, let's just go ahead and hide this. Let's get our flats all sorted out. And we'll start working on some color. And then we'll go from there. I'm doing a lot of experimenting today. I'm not kind of liking it. I kind of like just my OG process. But I'm being good. I'm being brave. I'm being bold. I'm gonna keep going and we'll see what we get. Because this is what happens. The hardest thing about being an artist is you want to give up every time. Like every time I start a new piece of artwork, I want to give up. I want to give up and I don't want to finish it, but you know, you gotta persevere. You gotta push through. We can turn off this. So let's just go ahead and clean all this up. Now that we've got our outlines, we know where we want everything. Now we can start being a little bit more deliberate with our color choices and then moving into the final render. Because how I do my rendering, I try to do it in 3 or 4 layers. So for example, if I just like grab like a nice gray here, let's say I was to do this and this is my one shadow, then I would grab like a darker color, and then that would be what the line art would be. Then I would grab like a nice middle color, and let's grab this. I would have my reflected light there, something like that. And when you get it going, it's gonna be pretty good. Ibis paint, Medibang paint. Oh, those are nasty too. Ew, 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 ew. No, keep those away from me. You're crazy. Nah, I don't care if anyone calls me boomer. I don't care if the UI looks like it was made like 20 billion years ago. I don't care, all right? I don't care. This is all you need. If your program has more than this, I'm sorry. You're at a loss. You're at a loss. Back in the day, back in the day. I hope you've learned your lesson. I hope you've learned your lesson. Got that, got that, got that. Get rid of this bad boy. This goes right here, boom. What's this supposed to be? Another chive? I don't know what that was supposed to be. You did good. Good. I forgive you then. I forgive you. You're forgiven. All right. See, now it looks so much better now that we've gotten the we've taken off the mess off the top couple layers, right? Now I'm not nearly as upset. All right, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I do have a couple more things to fix, but we're now on track to start finalizing it. I think I kind of want to get the other two to this point, though. One, because they're going to be a little bit easier, and then two, because I don't have to sketch as much with them. Like this one, I didn't really know what I wanted to do, so I kind of left it more open-ended. Those two will be pretty quick. I think we get them up to this point, which will take about 10 or so minutes, because I'm just going to skip straight to the line art and then fill it in. And then we can go from the rendering from there. I think that's the play. Another thing, when you're doing artwork, try to minimize the extra amount of colors you use. We've got about 4 or 5 colors here. I need to add, for the Pikachu, I need to add in his blushy cheeks. So rather than creating a new pink, which would be a little bit more of an accurate pink color for Pikachu's cheeks, I'm just gonna reuse the pink of the salmon. Oops. I say that as I grabbed the wrong color. There we go. Which will make it a little bit simpler and less straining on the eyes. Got that, got that, got that. We're gonna fix up the Pikachu ears so they look a little bit more rounded. We're gonna do the same thing here. All right, here we go. I'm going to fix the outline here. Then I'm going to quickly do these two, because this will be pretty quick. I kind of want to add sparkles like I have on those two, but I think he doesn't need it. I think he's a cleaner, simpler little guy. Maybe some steam coming off the top so he looks tasty, but you don't really want to go too crazy with the exterior shapes, because that can drive up production costs. And I know he wants these die cut, so I don't want to make them too big. I want to keep them all relatively the same size. All right, let's get that extra line art I'm missing somewhere. Here it is. Womp. Want these to be the same size. Okay, all that's good. Right? I feel like there was something else I was missing. All right, here we go. Womp. Go. It's fine. Those are going to change anyway. Those are going to become their colored lines. So I'm not going to worry about it too much. I'm already over rendering this. I think the problem is this is meant to be pretty simple, and I'm just going into overkill mode right off the rip. I didn't like it though. I think I just stick with what I've always been doing. I think it's just the way to go. I think I've tried so much with my art in the past. I can get away with being a bit more light-handed in my approach. I mean, for the longest time, I was like, no, it's not realistic enough. It's not good enough. No one's going to be interested in like more stylized art, yada yada. But I had a lot of very traditional teachers, so that kind of warped my view of this stuff. But hey, you know what? It's all pretty cute. I am gonna fix this because this toe is just a bit too over there. I also hate like dealing with line weight, and it's always just such a pain. So I just prefer something more consistent. Yeah, so much for making channel assets today. That was that was the plan. We derailed really quickly. I always have to remind myself, right? If you think a project's gonna take you like an hour, 20 minutes or so, double it and then double it again, however long you think a project's gonna take, and then double it one more time, and that's how long it's realistically gonna take. So nothing you can do though. I don't know, it's cute. We're good. I mean, hell, I could just leave it like that, clean it up if I wanted to keep it really, really simple, but I will flesh it out just a bit more. Okay. So this is good. We're gonna save it as workday stuff. We're gonna take another bite, then we're gonna get into the 𝘰 and the 𝘰𝑕, which those should be way quicker because I'm way more confident in their shapes and composition. Okay, we're back at it. Let's go with 𝘰. This one will be quick. This, we're just gonna shoot straight into our outline. We're gonna make a heart to start. We want it to be the same with this Pikachu. Get that to be the proportion I want. Looking for something like this. All right, there we go. Merge this down. Go ahead, clean this up. Womp, womp. There we go. And we've got our nice little hearts. I will have to re-outline these smaller ones, just because at that point the width changes, which is one of the only downsides of Paint Tool Sci is that there's no vector options. So working on larger projects is usually a bit difficult for me because I can't accept because I just like I can't I don't have a program that can do that for you. We have two of these stars. So we're just going to add ourselves in a symmetric ruler. Make sure this is the right size. Oh, I know I'm not in S7. There we go. Go down, bam. Nope, not quite right. Let's try this guy. There we go. Yeah, something like that. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Now we can do mu. Bam. Do the tail last because that's easy. We'll start with this little thumper. This little toesies. Actually, that's supposed to be round because he's a chunky boy. Got thick thighs. Damn, boy, he's a thick ass boy. I always try to change up this formula. I always think like, oh, there's got to be like a better way to like draw this or edit like this, and then I just end up hating it. I don't know why I keep trying to change it. I just gotta stick with what I know. Bump. Okay, and then we do little hands here. His hands are so much stubbier than you'd think. Like I was like this can't be right, you know? But no, it's right. It's right. Miwa's got very little stubs, little stubbers. We'll keep that as is. And then we'll do something like that. And then this arm is way bigger than the other, so... See? What the heck is this? I can't be right. What's the button to select all these? That can't be right. Look. This part is a bit outdated. I'm not gonna lie. This part is a bit outdated. But it's okay, it works. Selection, deselect all points. My symmetries tool is on still. Yeah, it is. Oh, would you look at that? That's okay though. We'll deal with that in a minute. Whoopsie. Thankfully, it's not gonna really impact much. I use it so infrequently, I always forget it's like even a thing. I only use it when I'm making models for the art to rig on symmetrical parts. All good though, all good, all good. You know what? That goes up here, I think. And I think you become like this. I think you become thicker. I think we make you just a bit bigger because we're gonna have to make some edits to that. And that's looking about right. So now let's do the tail. Now, thankfully, this is what this tool was made for. Dude, trying to like ink this by hand. Oh my goodness. Back in the day, it would have been a nightmare, but this thing is pretty great. Makes my life so much easier. There we go. You just need to be bigger as we go out this way. Okay, there we go. I do want this to flesh out more, though. There's a little bit of breathing room there. All right, yeah, this is way easier than the Pikachu. This is way easier than the Pikachu, hands down. So now we have a neat little trick. If we grab the pressure tool here, do this. Now, if I had another program that could do this, I could probably live there comfortably, but as far as I know, this doesn't exist anywhere else. So I can even come into stuff like this and just add my own line weight. which I was supposed to do for this, but we're experimenting, so. And this gets the illusion that it's been hand-drawn. But I don't usually use it too often, because if you use it too much, it looks tacky. It's only really good for stuff like this. Where it kind of pinches in like that, but even then, I don't really like it. I really like the consistent line work. It's just so much easier. You don't have to think about it. It's just turn brain off, make art. I will say getting it for like thicker parts can be more helpful, but like that's about it. Okay, Muse done. That was it. Easy. All right, and then we'll move on to this nightmare. Absolutely atrocious being. This creature against mankind. I guess I can put the flats on Mew, so that's fine. There we go. Crank this up. Selection, dilate, invert. I don't know, grab a pink. Oops. All right, there we go. All set. And now this bad boy. Let's go ahead and where do we want to start? I don't think it matters too much for this one. I am gonna copy. Oh, this is another thing I could never live without. If you hold Control and Shift, it tells you what layer something's on. Best thing ever. Best thing ever. So I know I want the line art, which is on 13.6. So I can just copy this bad boy. Bam. 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 What is this lump here? What is this supposed to... Oh, it's the other part of the star. Duh. I was like, what is this object that's up here that I'm unaware of? Yeah, no, quality of life right there, and that is something I could never live without. I had a scare where my last drawing tablet wasn't working with Paint Tool SAI, and I said, you know what? Fuck it. I'm done. I'm just getting rid of it. I'm just gonna not use a drawing tablet anymore. That's it. That's where we're at right now. Star. How do I make a star? We cry. That's what we do. No, I have a special tip for this. We're just gonna go ahead and grab a random font. Probably this one. Make some text. And we're gonna press Windows key and V to pull up our emojis. We're going to grab the star emoji. Find a font that has a star in it. There we go. Merge that down. Or up. All down. Okay, make this bigger. Womp. And anything on this layer? No. Were you a painter before? Yeah, I did lots of painting before. I've done a lot of painting. Let me pull up some paintings. Hold up. I got you. Ooh, actually, I might not have any of my old artwork. I lost all of my files a while ago, including my phone, because I dropped my phone in the toilet. I hope I have an old painting. No, it's gone. I don't have any of my old artwork. When I was homeless, I had to throw out all of my artwork, so that's all gone. All I had left was those pictures. I don't have them anymore, but I used to do a lot of oil painting. I really, really enjoyed oil painting. I do not think I have any of my paintings left. I'm gonna check one more folder. No, that's it. It's all gone. I don't have any pictures of my paintings. I'm a little sad about that. I know if I looked really hard, I think I've sent them to somebody, but that's it. They're gone. Yeah, I was homeless multiple times for about 8 years. You work in digital like an oil painter though, so I'm not surprised. Yeah, exactly, exactly. I tried oil paints and I was like, this is it. This is life. And I didn't use brushes. I should have learned my lesson when I didn't I like was most freed when I stopped using paintbrushes. I took my hands, like I dug my hands into the paint and I'm slathering paint on the canvas and I'm having the time of my life. And it comes out and they're like, I would have no clue that you didn't use a brush if you didn't tell me, you know? So that's kind of where we're at. That's kind of where we're at. A little bit sad, but you know, I want to find this painting though. I'm determined. I'm determined. I had to have sent this to somebody. Hold on. Maybe it's in the salad. Hold up. Why won't it let me search? Try this. From me has image in gotta be in this folder, right? Oh, there's an old character I drew. There's some of that. Hold up, wait, we're close. I might be able to find a painting. Further back, further back. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. Nope. I'm gonna try one more spot. From me as image. We want to sort oldest. All right. We're almost at the end here. I don't think it's here. That's it. I'm sorry. No, it's gone. I don't have any of my paintings. So any image or file I had before February, no, before March of this year, it's gone. It doesn't exist anymore. Dunzo, Garbanzo, eliminated. But, that's okay. That's just how it goes sometimes. I don't like that you're folded on yourself. Let's just have you like this. There we go. That's good enough. What layer are you on? 1. Just delete that, right? Oh, my bad. Merge all this down. Great. Uh, Sorry, everything's a mess right now. What is all this? What is all this nonsense? VV 5 minutes ago. I cleaned up all my layers. VV before stream did not clean up her layers. All right, there we go. All right, back on this. Let's get back to doodling. We still got about an hour left. Oh, an hour left? Oh, yeah, we can finish all this in an hour. Easy peasy. This guy has a lot of crazy kind of curves, so we are going to pull out our cheating tool again. We're just going to get right into it. I'm going to make this a sharp peak, but when I get into it, I will probably go ahead and round that out manually. There we go. Go. Those are congruent like that. Round this out a bit more. You actually could probably just go like that and nobody would question it. No one's going to question it. It's fine. You need to go higher up though. Something like that. I'm thinking like that. That's probably good enough. Good enough is good for me. Say it, everybody. Good enough is good for me. Good enough is good for me. Like this. Yeah, something like that. Boom, 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 boom. And now we'll go up here. Puff this out some more. This just has a lot of geometry, but it's all super simple. What a cutie patootie this is. Oh my goodness. I'm actually gonna change this around. Something like that. Something like that. I should sharpen up these ears a bit more too. There we go. Now this one's a lot bigger than this one. It looks cute, so I'm probably going to emulate that up here. And those are about right for the size. So many, you don't need here. And then you need to come out to here. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay. And then we go boom, 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 because at this point, then this guy takes over. Comes out like a little mane. And then this is where I didn't do glitz. It's gonna be, I gotta visualize it real quick. Pretty sure you go like this. You come out of it. And then you come out of it too. Which means that's messed up too, but I can fix that later. I should have done it like this one, where I sketched it all out. Darn it, I didn't think this through. You know what? We won't have it be the swirly. We'll just have it be big chunks. Tail will be the big swirl. And so will the little thing on the head. We'll just keep this as some big chunks so we get some variety in texture. So we don't run into the same issue with Pikachu, where it all ended up being the same texture, and that's not ideal. Okay, that's done, done, done. Her little knee coming up. I probably want it to be there so it doesn't do that as much. There we go. This bad boy as well. And then wait, did that do? Oh, you can convert it. You can just convert that to a 90-degree. Hold up. I found a new shortcut. I've been using this forever. All right, that's handy. That's handy. That actually is going to save me a ton of trouble. What? Damn. Friendly reminder, kids, to look at the instruction manual of a program and not just blindly use it for 17 years. Yeah, that's gonna be good enough. It's the same stuff, right? Now we're gonna do the face. We're gonna do the same thing we kind of did to Pikachu. Give him nice, cute, chubby cheeks here. Thinking like that. Yeah, that's cute. All right, we'll do that. Fix these lines. Okay, great. Now I have a couple choices, but I think for now I'm gonna just leave it as is, and I'll decide what needs ink later. I think this tray does though. Can I do that with line? Yeah, here we go. Oops. We want that to be the same size. Boom. Boom. And then that just goes into that. Perfect. You go here. And now, because of the line weight thingamabob, we can actually just do this. Now, I know this is accurate because I traced like an actual little couplet I had. Pro trip, tracing is not a bad thing as long as you're not like stealing someone else's artwork. Tracing a reference image, everybody does it. And if everyone says they don't do it, they're lying. I'm sorry. And then we pick up where we left off. Perfect. And then we go bam, bam. And these all just end up folding into the same line. Bam, bam, bam. So let's get these all to touch that other line. Bam, 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 bam. And then we take our pressure here and we go womp. Put all these straight lines on a weight loss program. There we go. And now we'll add in the last of this. All right, there we go. Grab our pressure again. And now we'll add this bad boy. Okay. Am I missing anything else? Yes, this guy. Now we can use our new tool. Oops. If I go here and we hit that, oops. There we go. Hey, I would have had to use like three points beforehand to get that to do a 90-degree. Ah, that is a game changer. That's just gonna make my life so much easier. Like, I knew for a while, I'm like, there's gotta be an easier way to do this. There was, in fact, an easier way to do it. There we go. Is that an 𝘰𝘪𝘥𝘬𝘐 pretending to be a Flareon? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So the Eevee and all the normal colors are gonna be the Eevee colors, and I'm gonna have the Flareon colors. Or I might just do Eevee colors. We'll see. I haven't decided yet. They're very cute. They're little babies. They're just precious little beans. Oh my goodness, so cute. Okay, now I want a couple more of these stars out and about. Just like one here. I think balances that out. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So now we want to make sure this is all the same line weight because some of it got smaller. And that's just going to look very inconsistent. Okay, there we go. And now we do our little magic trick. All right, and now we have our 3 little goobers. And now we can do colors. So let's see. I want all of these colors to be on the same layer. 3, 12. Okay, so now we can grab our little pink here for these hearts. Turn this back to 7. Then we grab the Pikachu yellow for the stars. We'll add these all with unique colors later, but for now that'll do. What is 𝘤𝘵𝘥𝘦𝘥𝘪 color? I don't know, so I'm making it like just this brown for now. I don't like that. Let's do this gray. Is it white? Could be white. I don't know. We'll figure that later. That's a bridge I'll cross when I get to it. I want this pink for this frosting. Because Eevee's collar gets a lighter color, but we'll use a little pink instead of white. So we have a bit more of a playful color here. If I turn this back to 100%, we can grab Eevee brown and that Eevee cream color. And Mew just has blue eyes with a darker purple tail. It's fine because I can grab that after. I think the reason I'm so drawn to this art style too is just because I can just start working. Like, I hate spending time on like preliminary artwork and sketching, and I just want to get to the rendering part. Like, I just want to start painting. You know, it gets to me. It gets to me. All that. It's like when I pick a character in a game, I'm always like, yeah, I want to build like a stealth archer. Like, we'll play Skyrim, we'll play a stealth archer. But then like I get to the part with Skyrim and playing the stealth archer, and I always end up finding like a great sword or something, and I just bash in the enemy, right? Why would I spend time thinking about hitting my enemy when I could just walk up to them and hit them? Why would I spend time casting a spell or drawing an arrow when I can just walk up to them and hit them. Right? It's just, life is so much simpler when you turn your unga bunga brain off, you know? It's just that much easier. I'll have to change the thumbnail for this video because it didn't end up being channel assets. I think next time I'll have all the sketches for the channel assets and we'll work on the rendering. I'll have them all in separate files so it'll be easier. I underestimated how distracted I would get trying to get the Pikachu to look nice, but you know, live and learn. Live and learn. Hanging on the edge of tomorrow. All right. Now that I have all that sorted out, what do I want the tray color to be? That's the question. Actually, I'm missing some lines here. I need a line here to symbolize the torso of Eevee, and then Eevee's other leg here, as well as all of these bad boys. There we go, much better. What color? Make it like a red. Can we do this? What? That's right, right? Yeah, there we go. See, now when I turn off the line art, I can just see the shapes, and it's like, ah, now we're cooking with gas. So I want to go to the line art layer. I don't need this light source layer anymore. Similar colored area on this layer. Boom, 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 boom. Selection. Oops. Dilate selection. 1, 2. Grab this. You know, whoops. What? Wrong layer. Now I'm kind of torn. Eevee doesn't really look like they're sitting in it. So I think what we do is we get rid of this line. And we get rid of this line as well. And we're going to do this. So it looks like she's filling up a bit more of the tray. And then we just fill that in with brown there. There, now it looks like she's actually sitting in it. Except I need to... I was probably in the sketch, right? Yeah, I knew I missed another one. I knew I missed another one. There we go. No, it's not right. There we go. Much better. Okay, now we can we're gonna go in and get this going. Oh yeah, this? Being able to hold control and alt and I drag and it just picks the size of the brush. That's another thing I could never live without. Go ahead, do this. Add in a cute little eyelash. We don't need that. Let's just add this in. And then this will get a different color, but that's fine fine for now. And then 2 little dollops on her cheeks for blushies. I'm doing that on the ink layer, aren't I? Tragic. Okay, and then we want a cute little dollop here. It's not a very good one. There we go. And another cute little dollop here. And we get rid of these two. And we can make those pink. Although we're probably going to copy the Pikachu pink, which I think is the tray pink. Do I want to make the tray white? What color do I want to make this tray? We're not going to make it green, that's for sure. No, I like that. I like that pink. That's way better. Oh, so cute. Right. Let's do Pikachu next. He is just lost in the sauce. What an absolute goober. All right, now we have all the outlines and we can start doing the fine details with this smaller tool. I don't know. I get way cleaner lines using the mouse. I don't know how I ever did a I don't know how I ever used a drawing tablet for so many years. This is way better. Bam, bam. Now we do this. We're going to add thickness to some of these to show that they are touching other lines. And give a little bit of depth. All right, we got that going. Now, I think I can do this comfortably. Oh, how complicated do I want this to be? That's what I should have done is I should have, I'm at a bit of an impasse here for how I want to do this. What is this line? Boom. go. A little bit of fur. And honestly, we can just merge this down, copy it, and we can just throw this on the other ear, save ourselves a couple minutes of doing that. Remember, there's no such thing as cheating. Then we grab this bad boy. We just want it to stretch out like that. Bam. And we don't need that. Let me merge it down. Okay, how are we looking? Good. I just need to get the swirls on this tail, but I'm debating if I want to do that. I'm probably going to want to do that with that, don't I? I probably am. I think that's the play. Let's work on Pikachu for a second. And we'll get ourselves a nice lighter color. We're going to do our salmon lines. About the same thickness as. Probably make those lines thicker, right? That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Oh yeah, this could be way thicker. I think what we do is with this bad boy, we go. Just get something more like this. Something like that. Something like that. And then we'll do these lines. How do I want to do these salmon lines? How do I want to do them? Look at some salmon. Kind of wavy, like. these would just kind of be like this. I'm thinking, this is what I'm thinking. Something like that. Could go more like this. You know what? We'll make it interesting. We'll make it unique. Let's hide this again. Let's do just a clean cut right down there. Clean this back up. Alright, I'm thinking something like that. Which means that you'll come out to like there. I think this will make more sense once I get to the final render. Which we're just at the point where I can't really avoid it any longer, can I? It looks like a roll cake? Yeah, it's like a sushi roll cake. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this, but I feel like if I just put a line there, you know what? It'll look cute. It'll look fine. And then nobody will know. No one will know, okay? It'll be our little secret. Nobody will be the wiser. There we go. And when that's got the colored line, it'll look fine. There we go. I think if we're gonna do that, then I need to make this swirl a lot bigger, which we can do if we go to this layer, turn this down. Why are you... Oh, because I put it on the wrong layer. Whoopsie. There Grandma goes messing up again. What? Yeah, I did it right. Well, that was weird. I don't get paid enough to figure that stuff out, though. Okay, and now what we do is we grab that, grab this. We do one of these, and then we grab this guy to make a bigger swirl. And we start from the center this time. And then we did that, so we could do this. We could invert, merge that down, cut, delete, merge down. All right, there we go. Swirl cake. Oh, all right. Now we need to... Oh my goodness gracious. I thought for sure, I was like, 3 hours? I'm gonna get so much done. We did not get nearly as far as I thought I was going to. I'll probably have to finish these two on my own time, but I think I can finish Pikachu before stream's supposed to end in about 15-20 minutes. So let's do that. We'll grab yellow. We've got our chives. Okay. So to start, got this old one. We don't really need that anymore. I don't like it. So we're gonna do multiply. It's okay. We had a good time. You're darn tootin', but I'll be damned if I don't finish one of these. We will grab a blue. We'll do just a quick line here. And we'll find a good color to start. Then we'll move into local colors once we get what we want. I'm thinking like, oh, this warmer color. Oh, that's looking nice. So we'll go over here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's a good start. Probably that for the reflected. So we want something like this. We'll have lots of warms, and the cool light will bring a nice contrast. Ooh, this is gonna look nice when it's done. So we're gonna grab this current layer. That's the color we have. We ended up on a purple. It always usually ends up on purple for me because I tend to lean towards warm colors. And now I'm gonna do something unorthodox. I'm going to start with all the shading and cut out what I don't want. So up here, we're gonna grab this. We're gonna grab this. Grab this. All of that's pretty much in shadow, so we're just gonna grab this. Then what we can do is probably want something like that. Specified layer. Crank this up. Specified layer. All of this tail is pretty much in light, apart from a few shadowy bits up here. right? And then this. No, that probably goes more like that. And you probably go more like this. Do this too. Then what we're gonna do is this. Grab that. Bam. And without the shading, the onions look kind of like green peas. They do, didn't they? It's kind of crazy how a little bit of a thing like that can make a difference. But now we can turn that down a bit. Looks a little softer. So now this is where it gets hard because I still need to figure out how I'm gonna deal with the rice. With this stuff, I know what I'm doing with this. It's pretty simple. We're gonna do the fish roe exactly as we anticipated. Which is just some nice even lines of fish roe. Okay, there it is. Bam. All right, I've got now my basic building blocks. I'm going to now very quickly. Still not quite happy with it, but I think we have to just start chugging along. No time to think about it. We're gonna render Pikachu, the chives, this fish roe to start. See if I like the colors. We'll get the salmon going too. All right. I want to go with the salmon to start. So this gets merged down. I can delete this. With this salmon, what we're gonna do is I forgot. Whoops. Before I merge that down, we want to grab this green, less saturated, closer to blue. Lock the opacity on this. That. When I'm more confident about the values of things, in this not so much, just because there's so many shapes. I really don't like drawing like large chunks of stuff, but I really wanted to try a tackle at it this time because you got to deal with it eventually. All right, lock that back up. Wait, unlock it because I need to grab this one. all the chives are the right color. For the white, I want to do probably like a nice neutral whites. And then for the fish roe, we want to do boom, boom. Move it closer to purple. Saturated. More. Something like that. Pikachu. Bam, bam, bam. Bam. Oh, I know why my colors are off. I'm like, that can't be right. I'm using multiply layer. Oh my goodness. I was wondering what was going on this whole time. I was wondering why everything looked so off. Oh, goodness gracious. Well, that's okay. Live and learn. Today's a learning day. Today is a we'll figure it out at some point day. We're just figuring it out now. Okay, got that going. Let's go ahead, check this out. Try that selection. I want something like that. A little more saturated. Turn up the lightness so it's not as dark. Still not quite dark enough, but that's okay. You believe in me? Well, thank you. I don't know what I'd do without you. All right, anyway. Let's actually start rendering some stuff. No more playing around. No more playing around. Nah, it's not W yet. It's mid right now. We're gonna make it W in a second, though. Your minds are about to be blown. Okay, so put all that down there. No, how do I want to do this? I think right now I have to do it like this because I've already messed it up. So let's get going. Grab the lightest here. We want to then merge it with this until we get a halfway point between the two of them. Grab this guy, and we're just gonna get our nice reflected light there. This main guy needs to be darker, which means I don't. Something's not right. Something ain't right. Oh, that might have been what's happening. The swirl is messing me up because I need to have two separate colors. Why does that still look so off? What's happening? Oh, I got it. because that's that. And then we would need, so this is why I like doing it all in one layer. But we run into these issues. I don't normally put textures on stuff. So having a texture here is cool. I think what I need to do is I need to, this is what's throwing me off because I can't mess around with this. Similar colored area, turn that down. We just want the swirl. We're gonna throw that on a different layer. Just gonna hide that. Then we're going to go back to our specified layer. Yeah, current image. Okay. So now we have the pink. All right. Now that I don't have any more textures, let's lock in. I'm going to now merge everything down into a single layer. All right. Now this is what I wanted from the start. Okay. Except the line art, that's still going to be its own layer. We're going to take this and make it the dark version of this. We don't want it to be too dark. We still want it to be nice and tasty and pink, but not too saturated. So I'm thinking something like this. See, I was just using too many layers. Now I was just like, oh, I know what I'm going to do. But using too many layers just makes it harder for me. So now, Grandma, she's done testing today. She said she was done testing, but then she kept testing. Now she's actually done testing. All right, so now that we have what we want to grab our reflected light here. We want this to go all around. Except I did make a mistake. Remember how I said I wanted cool reflected light earlier? So we're going to turn this down to the minimum. And we just want, oh, that's why. Current layer. Get rid of this. We want this to be a cool color. So if I go something like this, cool color. So I'm thinking something like this. Turn this up, turn this up. And then we do this. What? Oh. Nah, I don't like it as much as the other color. I'll deal with that another time. I think that is best utilized by, like, if I do, I'll show you what I'm trying to do. Do this and then make another layer. And then the idea was to be like, do like a soft light luminosity, is a vivid light, hard light, and then we would do like a blue, excuse me, a nice like blue. That is cyan, there you go. Then you would turn down the opacity. And we would try to find something we're looking for. A vivid light. But that would only work if I had like special lighting effects. And I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna mess around with that right now. We're just gonna do what we know how to do. So we're going to get rid of this extra layer we don't need, because these are two separate planes. This is gonna come up like so. And same thing in here. Making it look soft and tasty. Then we want to go back in over here. Womp, womp. Add in the shadows for that. This one has a slight shadow here. Add the shadow for the fingernail. Whoops. And there's a little bit of a shadow here. Actually, it isn't because it's going to be in light. So I want to take a lighter color. So we're going to maximize this, turn this up, turn this closer to yellow. That might be a bit too bright. So we'll grab something like this. And that's why we cut out that chunk earlier. Now we're looking tasty. And then this guy, specified layer, come in here. Something like that. I'm not feeling it, so you know what? You know, honestly, I'm not feeling this line at all. I don't want it. Get out of here. You're fired. You're ruining me recipe. All right, and now we can grab this. We're going to grab a slightly darker color, moving towards a cooler color. Come on in over here. And we are going to get rid of current layer. Boom. Hide this. Darker, darker. Probably something in between. There we go. And now get the right shape. So now that we've crossed over into another plane, we can't have these be the same color. So you gotta mix these two together. Grab them again. And this is how I rigged my VTuber model. If you look, you can see where I've done a lot of these plane shifts without any line art. All right, now that looks like nice and chunky and well rendered. Then what we're going to do is we're actually going to mix these again. And if I'm going to add a line, it's going to be this. All right, now that looks way better. Now what we do is we take back our swirl, and you can see it was all the wrong color the whole time. Set it to screen, turn down that opacity. And now we have what I was trying to do. See, I can't. It's like I told myself, I have to hit it. I have to hit it with a stick. I can't think about hitting it with a stick. I just have to hit it. Look at that. That's much better. That's what we were trying to go for. And now I can just go in here and do this, merge it down. I don't know why I keep trying to reinvent the wheel. I keep thinking it's gonna like help me out, but all it does is just waste my time. All right, and now that is some tasty looking salmon. Okay, let's do Pikachu next. He's easy. Pikachu, my boy. I don't like your shading color here. Let's go ahead and fix this up. So by starting, we're gonna want like, what color do I want this to be? I'm thinking like, what's speaking to me? Probably like, we'll stick with the warmer one. We'll turn get this as our first layer of color because that doesn't feel as nice. And then we'll get a darker color as we go, just like we did before. And we will do big 𝘗𝘵𝘥𝘦 having that reflected light there. Same thing with the ears. Same thing over here as well. And now we can get this going. Sorry, I just didn't like how that was looking. I wasn't feeling it. I wasn't feeling it. Now we've got this guy, which is going to make a shadow here. So we just fill that in. Same thing with down here, a little bit of shadow. Because those are casting shadows. This can probably be a bigger shadow. Let's be real here. Bigger. More! This is going to cap out like this. Then we're going to have our brighter yellow shifting more towards a direct yellow. And we're going to do something pretty cool. We're going to go whomp. Put this guy in. And then we're going to do a little spot here to show he's nice and shiny. Look at him. You could just eat him right up. I actually kind of want to do that to the salmon down here. But that ship has already sailed, I'm going to be completely honest. Also, we are forgetting I need one more value on this salmon. My bad. Specified layer. Actually, yeah, let's just do it. Let's just do it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Because look, you can see here, we added the value, but we didn't have that darker value here, so I didn't get it put in. So I want to grab this, which goes to here. Because even though it's in shadow, it's still going to have these sort of dropped shapes on it. I'm going to turn off the saturation a bit, just so it's not too bright. There we go. And now he's got the nice cast shadow on it. So it actually looks like he's sitting on it and it's not just kind of floating there. If we turn it off, it looks fine, but that adds the final bit of depth we're looking for. And I'll just merge that down. I'm confident enough on throwing that back down there. 𝘗𝘕𝘥𝘦, grab your shadows. We want the same nice kind of shape going on here. Except your hands are going to be outside of light. Or in light, excuse me. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Then we'll grab our reflected light. There is not much of it, but it's still here. Then we're going to grab our highlight. And it's the same thing. Except this shadow is going to be here. Bam. That doesn't look right. There we go. Same thing over here. All of this is in shadow. All of the finger is in shadow. But then we grab the yellow. And we just go like this. Here we go. Oh, he is so cute. Absolutely lost in the sauce. I think we can add yeah, something like that. That's good. That's good. I like it. I'm digging it. I'm digging it. No highlight because that's in shadow, but I will add just a teensy tiny one. Well, actually, no. No shine light like that, but we can add the highlight here to this tip. Whoops. Then up here as well. Something like this. Go. Same thing. I think we need more reflected light up here. Great. A little bit of reflected light down here. Probably not up there. Now for this, I think I want this to be cooler. So boom, boom. Nope. Darker. Nope. And then this is just all in shadow, so that's all darker. Except we take a little bit of the lighter and we mix it up. Make that a bit lighter, and we get our reflected light. Nope. Just a little bit. Hey, he's looking good. The only thing I'm going to change is over here. I'm going to come in and just do that to break up that shape and make it a bit more interesting. Same thing up here. I want to loop this in just so it looks like a more interesting shape. Okay. We're making it. We're making it. 𝘵𝘠𝘥𝘬𝘢𝘐𝑚? 𝘵𝘠𝘥𝘬𝘢𝘐𝑚? Honestly, you can't go wrong. I think it's an 8 out of 10. I ain't gonna keep it as like my top rank, but I keep 𝘵𝘠𝘥𝘢𝘥𝘬𝑚s in my back pocket. Now we go here, lock this, grab this, bam, bam, bam. Damn, you actually had some? Yeah, what do you take me for? Dude, my friend's mom in high school, she was always making the best stuff. Beer tacos. I don't know what beer tacos are. That I might have had it, but I probably called it something else. Don't sound familiar to me. I'm sorry. I thought all you ate was greens. No, you still just have this misconception. I'm sorry. That's on you. That's not my fault. That's not my fault. If you've got the info wrong. Pika 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 pee. Oh, look at him. He is just so cute. An absolute goober. Hi, X-Spooky. Hello. Welcome aboard. Oh, you scared me with a spooky name like that. Any plans for Christmas? I think, unfortunately, I'm going to be by myself. I will probably stream, though. I might do some Monster Hunter. I might do some Christmas Pokemon art. We'll see. I'm not quite sure yet. Good drawing. Oh, thank you. Here's what the other two are if you haven't seen them. We've got a little Cupcake Eevee here. She's got a little Flareon tail. She's trying to be a Flareon, but that's not what's happening. And we also got a little Mew here with some hearts and whatnot. Super cute. Just doing some commissions right now. I planned on making, you know, assets for the channel, but I got a little sidetracked. And, you know, now we're here. That's what matters. But yeah, I'll probably be streaming on Christmas. I've had some health issues, so I couldn't go home for Christmas. So I'm also here. Also, my boss is making me work all the days leading up to and after. So, you know, gotta make do with what we have. I think this just needs to be more like... Yes, yes, Christmas stream, Christmas stream. I don't know. What do you guys want? What would you like? What would you... Ho, ho, ho. What would you like me to stream for Christmas? And then that little bit there. And that's all the cloud bits. Let's work on the chives. Let's do the chives next, and then we'll deal with the clouds later. So, starting with the chives. Whatever inspires my Christmas spirit, you'll be there for the stream. Ooh, do I have a favorite Pokemon? I do, actually. Here, let me unlock my model real quick. I'll show you. So this is my VTuber model. I based it off of Articuno. You can see I've got the Articuno tail. I've got the Articuno tail texture on the feathers on my hat. I think honestly Articuno is my favorite Pokemon. Whoops. I have a list. Hold on. I got a list here of all my top favorites. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, where did I put that bad boy? I always keep this one on me because I like to look at them. Here we go. Here we go. Y'all ready for this? Y'all ready for this? Here it is. Look at this right here. Look at this right here. Snorlax is your favorite? Oh my goodness. Look at that. He's in my top 10. He's in my top 10. You're in good company. You're in good company. You got good taste, Spooky. You got good taste, Spooky. Maybe there's a Monster Hunter themed boss for Christmas. There isn't a Monster Hunter themed boss for Christmas, but there is. We're getting 𝘗𝘵𝘥𝘦 Arch-Tempered on the 23rd. So I'll probably be messing around with him. But yeah, those are my favorites right there. I think, in all honesty, this is pretty solid. That's pretty solid right there. Right? Politoed, underrated. Dragonite, he's my goat. I love Dragonair, Togekiss. Oh, just look at them all. Aren't they perfect? Oh my goodness, such precious Pokemon. You like Ambipom? Ambipom is a good one. I don't like his first evolution. I forget what it's called off the top of my head. But Ambipom's good. He gets 10 out of 10 on me. I did a Nuzlocke and he came in clutch, so you know he grew in on me. You think I just like blue and green Pokemon? I think you're kind of right. That definitely plays a part into it. I mean, hold on. I also made up a team of here, these are what I had to do if I had to have like a team of 6. If I didn't have an option, like you said, you have to pick 6. I would probably pick like these 6 and their baby forms as well. Apom, I'm sorry, I don't like Apom. I don't like who's the 3 like monkeys, the Simisage, Simipour, and Pansage. I don't like those ones either. I have a picture of these ones as their baby forms, and it's cute, but I don't know where I put it. That'd probably be my top 6. Let's see. What did I say I was gonna work on next? Chives? I think working on the chives. So we'll do this, then just like everything else, we'll grab a bit of this to I want this to come down just like so. Whoops. Then this goes back up. And this goes back up. And we'll do that for all of them, just so we're all on the same page. Probably this one, am I right? I think so. This guy, same thing up here. This one. Dragonite? Oh, Dragonite, he's so cool. First off, the color palette, fantastic. All right, how many like I didn't think an orange Pokemon could really pull it off. I like orange, if you can't tell. I got the orange hair here. But like, he is one of my favorites because when I was a kid, story time. When I was a kid, I went to this thrift store with my one of my parents, I forget who, I was really young. And we're walking around and they're like, you know, you can get one thing you want, pick anything you want. And I was like, I don't really like anything. There's nothing I really want here. And one of the owners came by and was like, hey, you want to like, we just got a bunch of stuff out back. You want to come like take out back, see if there's anything you want? I was like, yeah, I want to see what's out back. So we go out back and it's this big warehouse. Because they were one of the bigger thrift stores in the area, sorting for all of their like smaller stores. And I just remember going in and I spot him. There's this big Dragonite plushie. All I remember is he was bigger than me. And I was like, I want that. That's what I want from the thrift store. And he was like brand new. And I took him home and I had that thing for ages. He got a cut once and I cried. And my mom fixed it for me. Oh, so many good memories. So many good memories. Except actually, I was with my mom recently. We had a big heart-to-heart about a couple of things. And I said, I forgive you for all the stuff. But there's one thing I'll never forgive you for. And she looks me dead in the eyes and she says, what did I throw out? And I said, my Dragonite plushie. I had him for ages. How could you do this to me? But I think it was so funny. I'm like, why did you ask? Did you know there was something you threw out? And she's like, because your brother and sister said the same thing to me. Which I think is just too funny. It's just too funny. All right, let's go ahead and get a lighter color here. Switch to current layer. And we want only this light color. 𝘗𝘨? Oh, dude, I didn't like it at first, but like then I started looking into the design and how like the big icicles that are meant to be like its whiskers is actually like a sword snapped in half. I was like, oh no, you know what? Maybe they were onto something. I don't know how I felt about Scarlet and Violet, but that Pokemon, super cool. I could absolutely put him on my list. I think I made my list before I'd really taken a deep dive into Scarlet and Violet. I think 𝘗𝘨 could probably make it in. Right, we're getting our highlights in on our chives. And we're gonna get this going. Now we're gonna do it's up here. And then we're gonna get our reflected light going. Shiny Charizard is so cool to you? Ooh, shiny Charizard. Now, big question. Are we talking just like the regular shiny Charizard? Are we talking the megas? Or are we talking one of the other wild forms of Charizard? Because like the regular shiny Charizard, that black, and like the other colors, those are good colors. Shiny Charizard is nice. Shiny Rayquaza is also good. And yeah, honestly, like the black and the other colors is the highlights. Chef's kiss. Honestly, can't go wrong. Talking about the normal shiny? Yeah. If you're talking about the normal shiny, then absolutely. Absolutely one of the better ones for sure. Ooh, actually, this is a quiz. Wait, I missed the chat. Spooky, you're so goated for liking 𝘗𝘨. No, literally. Hold up. Why is my chat so good? Why does everyone in this chat have the most based Pokemon takes? Why are we're all just such a happy little circle here? Oh my goodness. Here's a question though. Let's see how well you know your streamer. Who was my first Pokemon? The very first starter I picked. I got the game cartridge right over there, if that gives it away. But if you guys get this right, I'll be very impressed. I know I've told 2 people in this chat, so don't cheat, but I don't think they remember. All right, I guess it's time to work on the fish row. Oh my goodness. Oh no, hold on, I gotta do the Pikachu tail. $100 chime pouch stickers? That's devotion. That's devotion. I don't think I have any merch of any Pokemon. Oh wait, I lie. I'm looking up. Wait, I'm looking around and I'm realizing that I very much have merch of Pokemon. I only have like a handful of Pokemon for my favorites lists because a lot of them are pretty hard to get like plushies for. I got, who do I have? I have Bulbasaur plushie, Squirtle plushie, Charmander plushie, Charizard, Venusaur, Blastoise. There's a Kirby plushie, some cherries. I have a Dragonair. I have a, who is that? Lapras is up there. I have some more somewhere, but I don't know where they all are. It might be in my bedroom. Starter was Squirtle. All right, all right. Any other guesses before the big reveal? Tape Coco? Let me see. I remember one of the Tapes I liked. I don't remember who it was. Oh, him? Oh yeah. No, he's a cool one. He is definitely one of the cooler ones. I did play the Alolan games, but I didn't play too much of them. All right, no other guesses so far, so I guess I'll drop it. I was a Charmander baby. I picked Charmander. I played Pokemon Blue version back on my little Game Boy Color that I stole from my brother. I erased his save file and I picked Charmander. All right, I've got a little cheat actually. I've got an idea. What if this works? I'm the best. I'm so smart. Look at this. Ha 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 ha. Oh, I just did that in like 10 seconds. I'm so smart. Evil for deleting the save? No, no. Oh, Spooky, I'm sorry. Oh, Spooky. How can I make it up to you, Spooky? Tell me my one of my now most treasured viewers. How can I make it up to you? How can Grandma make things better? I'm gonna be real. I as like a 6 or a 7-year-old, I didn't have much concept of how things worked. Let's be real. Grandma is crazy. He's catching on quick. They're catching on quick. That's it. You know, you hit an age, and then after that, you're just ancient, and you got to accept it. You just got to accept it. Now, I have a lot of like really, really old memories. Like, my youngest memory I can call back to, I was in my crib in the like thingy you put babies into so they can't crawl around. And I just remember like reaching up over the edge of my crib because I could smell chocolate chip cookies coming from my parents' room. And my dad gives me a chocolate chip cookie. And that is my oldest memory. That's my oldest memory. My mom was shocked I could recall that. And like, I remember playing Digimon World 1 for the PlayStation 1, but I couldn't read. I didn't know how to read. And my brother was so mad because he's like, why do I have to let her play the game? She can't even read. She doesn't know what's going on in the game. That was a good one. That's another good memory right there. Craziness comes from age. Yeah, yeah, it does. Oh, she's going senile. Don't worry. I took my meds before stream. I won't. Oh no, actually, I did forget to take my medications. Actually, Grandma should probably do that really quick. I'll be back in like 30 seconds. Actually, you know what? I have a stream for a bit. We'll take a quick pee break. I'll be right back. Be right back. 3 minutes. All right, got my medications. Gonna take those now. Finish up. Now that I think about it, why does Tornadus VMAX look like Garfield? You know, I ask myself that question most days. On steroids. You know, in the same vein, can we talk about Mega Starmie? That's an interesting choice too. Let's be real. On steroids and drugs? Oh my goodness. I don't know. Some of the G Max stuff was kind of weird. The G Max, the V Max, and all that malarkey. Okay, Grandma took her medication. She's not gonna be off her rocker anymore. All right, back to drawing. I don't know. Something about the fish roe still doesn't look right. I think once I render it, it'll look fine. Maybe there's too much of it. I feel like maybe if we just get rid of this one. Yeah, I feel like if we just get rid of this guy. It always looks so nice when I turn this off, but I'm like, nah, I want that. I want the line art. I think if we just get rid of this guy, I think it'll look much nicer. I want this color. No, actually, there's no overlap there. So now I just do this. That. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know. I kind of just want to get rid of the fish robe. We're already so deep, we have to keep it. You have a random 𝘵𝘪𝘏 female, 19 pound, level 39, just in your old binder of cards. Interesting, interesting. I have a few Pokemon cards somewhere, but I have to dig them out. And they're all probably ancient and dusty. Just like me. Yeah, we're already neck deep in it. We gotta just stick with it. Actually, Plague, I still have the custom Pokemon cards you sent me. I want you to know. I hold those near and dear to my heart. Woo, that does sound cool. Now, I wanted to go buy some Pokemon cards, and I went to the store. And, like, as I'm walking to the spot where they would be, this dude just walks up and he's like, he just takes all the boxes before I can physically get there. And I'm just like, all right, well, that was a good try, because there's no point in trying to get these things. Yeah, I think it'll look fine once I render them. I just need to make them look like, let me look it up. What is this? What is this stuff called? It's called a fish roll. Show me what it looks like. Oh, I'm wrong. These are meant to be orange, not red. That's why. Ah, I've been the fool this whole time. Let's change these colors. A nice bright orange. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's what was wrong. I knew something was off. I knew something was off. Let's do specified layer. Dude, I will say, I did encounter a scalper once, and he saw me like standing there looking at the cards, and he's like, I'm gonna be completely honest, I'm going to buy all of those. Do you want any of them? And I'm like, you know what? I appreciate that you like at least asked me, you know? And he's like, I'm gonna be honest, I'll buy them all, but like I'm not gonna take them from someone who's like standing right here. And I'm like, all right, you know what? You might be an op, but you at least get a pass. You get a pass. What else needs to be fixed? You need to be fixed. Oh, that yummy fish roe. Yum, 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 yum. Oh, Litten is so cute. I love Torracat. Torracat? Ooh, if I was in the Pokemon world, I would have a Torracat as a pet. Litten is so cute, but Incineroar is like, I'm torn because I'm upset that we ended up with another Pokemon standing on both of its legs. But at the same time, like, I mean, a wrestler Pokemon, I can't be mad about that, you know? I can respect that, to be honest. It's just so many of them are actually, like, spiteful. It's terrible. They make the Pokemon market impossible. No, exactly, exactly. Like, the one good doesn't even out with that. That's why I'm saying, like, he gets, like, a little bit of a pass, but, like, I would still hold him, you know, at law in the court of law or whatever, whatever that term is. I'm not a lawyer. Don't take legal advice from this channel. If any of you try to quote me in court, I will countersue. My incompetence shall not be weaponized. Ah, you don't like fire types? I kind of find myself fire type averse too. I say that except like in Genshin, I've just got way too many fire types. For some reason, they're all I can seem to find. I say fire types. That's not what that is. All right, we fished the fish roe, or I kind of like that better than the red. I mean, I could make it like black like caviar, but I don't think you put the caviar on like anything like that, right? Yeah, it's like that nice like orange red. Dilate, dilate. I kind of like this bright orange. I'll go with. Then we'll do red as like a highlight. You would just sleep on Snorlax for a bed? Dude, that's why I'm like so torn. I almost put Snorlax in like my top 6 for a team. Cause like you go out, you're adventuring, you're having your Pokemon time out there, and you just got a portable bed with you, and he's such a good buddy, and he'll fight everybody for you. But oh my god, I would be broke. I couldn't afford to feed him. He'd eat all my food, and there'd be nothing left for me. Can he grow like 5 times his size? Yeah. They're pretty big. They're pretty big. I just couldn't afford to feed him, so I don't think I could justify taking him as a partner. Lapras would make such a good nap buddy though. I mean, I get it, but like the hard shell would make it kind of hard. I will say, like, if first pick they're like you can have Lapras, Snorlax, or anyone, I'm taking Lapras 9 times out of 10. That's just the best Pokemon. I daily I think about that post that's like I thought Lapras were gonna go extinct because there was only one left in the Pokemon box, so I ended up breeding them and releasing a ton into the wild, and I'm like, we need more people like you in the world. And then they updated the Pokedex to be they're no longer extinct due to conservation efforts. I'm like, oh, I love that. My argument is that Wooloo would make a great pillow. I mean, that's not much of an argument. I think that's just a fact. If you try to deny that Wooloo would make a great pillow, I think you're kind of lost. You're a lost cause. We're gonna try and do something cool, and I'm gonna try to make these look transparent. I'm gonna try and make these look transparent. Once we're done with this. Go. Oh, I cannot wait till this is done. I'm gonna go take a nap and then play some Monster Hunter. That's my plan for the rest of the day. Well, I say that, but I still have to make that render for someone's VTuber assets tomorrow. But I should be able to get that all done in time. I don't know why there are so many bugs in my apartment right now. It's the middle of winter. Crazy that Lapras is 8'2", while Snorflax is 6'2", 6'12", 1,000 pounds. Yeah, there's like a whole video essay on like the sizes of Pokemon and how they're like just not right and accurate. It's like, oh, what's that Pokemon that's like way smaller or way bigger than you think? I can't think of one off the top of my head, but yeah, the sizes they're not very accurate. Okay, there we go. We got all those ones set up. So now we'll do these. Then we're gonna do this. It's still a bit too bright, so let's try this one. That's not bright enough. We'll still just stick with this. fine with me. Lapras is only 485 pounds. Really? You would think that Lapras weighs way more than that. I'm gonna be real. I would have thought, like, Snorlax was easily like 1 or 2 tons. Lapras was like easily like 1,600 pounds. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about them weights. I don't know how I feel about them weights. Grab this bad boy. Go closer to yellow. All right, now that we got that, we can work on our darker line art for both of these. Bam, bam, probably bam, bam, bing, bong, boom. Grab this. Whoops. Darker. Go. Lots of goodies there. I think we just don't bother with that. I think we just don't bother. Grab this guy. Locked in? Yeah. Could you tell? Could you tell I was locked in? I was starting to get in the zone. I remember what it feels like to create. I remember what it feels like to be alive. What else? We're gonna do these guys now. Now let's see if this is gonna work. If it does, I'm the best. To do this. No, it's not gonna look right. How did I do this before? Oh, I remember now. Might have rendered all these wrong. This is what we want, right? Yeah, something like that. They all have that sort of center. Hmm. Do I start over with the render? Let's do this guy as a test. Let's do this one as a test. He's all by himself. Let's see if we can't figure out what's going on here. Okay. How do I make it look like the real thing? Oh, here we go. Okay. So it is darker orange. So I probably want this just as the base. We want like something like this. And then there's the lighter orange, would be this that goes around the edge. Just do this. And then this. Put that down. Eternatus is 328 feet and 2 tons. That's only 2 times the size of Snorlax. Eternatus is the biggest Pokemon, by the way. Really? Does that include Mega Eternatus or just regular Eternatus? Or not Mega Eternatus, G-Max Eternatus, or whatever he is. I think it's this. Then there's this. And then it's this. No, that looks like a gem. She like isn't far off. Mega Ant. I understand. I understand. I understand. I'm very talented. Thank you. I appreciate that. I try very hard, but it's hard sometimes. I'm purposely limiting myself to see how far I can push this stuff. I think this does stay the same. Like there is that weird like luminescent outline. This is hard. How do I do this? It's not like a normal material you like draw. It's just all goopy and shiny. Here, let's do this. Similar color. No. Similar colored area. You subbed to me, by the way. Let's go! Huge! Oh my god. That's another one. That's another one. I deserve it. Ah, thank you. You've made my day. Here I am thinking I'm just some normal schmuck, but you're just gassing me up. I appreciate you. How do I want to do this? I think if I just go with that, that's probably as good as it gets. Maybe if I do. You're welcome and polite to boot. Look at that. Can't go wrong. Could I just add a add a white highlight? I guess I could just add a white. Like, let's try that. Let's see how this looks on one of these ones. I assume. What if I just do? That's how that works. Hmm. You only have 69 subs now. You're in my top 10 underrated YouTuber. Let's go! Hey, listen. I really appreciate it. I mean, what can I say? You know, I've been building up to this for a while. I've had to put it off because of some things, but you know, now we're making our way up there. We're making our way up there. Listen, we got lots of fun, exciting stuff coming up. Lots of fun, exciting stuff. Once we get out of December, I just need to get myself all squared away with a couple bits and bobs. But we've got a bunch of challenge runs for some games coming up, new content, and I'm even gonna do a Pokemon Nuzlocke, except I have to draw the Pokemon as food. Difference is, I'm only gonna have 30 minutes to do each drawing, so we'll see how well it comes out. But there's some other caveats. Don't get excited thinking it's gonna be just a normal Nuzlocke. No, 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 no. There's I got some scheming to do. I know what I can do to fix this. I've cracked it. I've cracked the code. I know what's wrong. Wait. Oh, I'm so smart. Okay, so what we do, we take this. No, we take this. We set it to multiply. Oh, excuse me, new layer. We set it to multiply. I've got it. I know what I did wrong. And before that, we need to color all these lines. You're not ready for this, guys. I got it. You'll try to be there. Let's go. My stream schedule is going to be very consistent. Saturday, Sunday, 12 p.m. EST. Monday, Friday, 7 p.m. EST. And you'll know ahead of time. I always keep the next 4 streams up to date, and the next couple projects will always be available on my stuff. Yeah, I gotta set up a schedule, but that's gonna be consistent. It's gonna be those 4 days. That's what I'm thinking. Let's set up. We want probably something like this. That's not right. Probably something like this. Am I dumb? Oh yeah, there we go. Yes, and it'll be very nice. I was supposed to make my stream schedule like a little document today, but that didn't happen. We got a little distracted, but that's okay. That's okay. Listen, I gotta set the record straight that if you're looking for consistency, apart from the times and upload schedules and whatnot, it's you come to the wrong place. I'm sorry, you came to the wrong place. Oh, what can I say? What's my favorite starter? Ooh, I was hoping I would never get asked this question. I listen, chat, come here. I gotta break it to you. I really don't like any of the starters. I don't like them. I'm sorry. They're good. I don't think I like any of them in particular, but if I had to pick one, it has to be 𝘗𝘵𝘪𝘏. I love 𝘗𝘗𝘵𝘪. My little radish baby. She is just my precious little green bean. I don't really like Meganium, so I would just probably put Neverstone on 𝘗𝘗𝘵𝘪. I think 𝘗𝘗𝘵𝘪 is my favorite though. She's just a little radish. But like I like every other evolution of the starters. Like I love the middle evolutions. I think the middle evolutions are probably my favorite. I'm not a big fan of the final evolutions or the starter ones, but 𝘗𝘗𝘵𝘪 definitely. I think 𝘊𝘰𝘪 gets a pass. 𝘊𝘰𝘪 gets a pass too. Like it's like I love 𝘗𝘰𝘵𝘏, but I don't like his evolutions. I'd rather just keep the cute little bunny. He's so precious. All right, so now we've got this step with the fish row. We're about to take it up a notch. What I should do is create like 27 layers, but we're gonna cheese it. Because if I do this, and we create another layer here, we want it of this, and then we're going to get rid of that for now. We don't need this right now, so we're gonna hide it. We're gonna come in here. We're gonna hide the selection because I don't need to see it. We're gonna go to another layer we're gonna make above, and we're going to just pretend that all of these exist. So we're gonna just go around. And this is gonna look very strange to start, but you gotta trust the process. You gotta trust the process here. And it's a hot take, so that's respectable. Exactly. Yo! The Davimos, let's go! I appreciate you guys gassing me up. It means a lot. It keeps me going. Cause I'm be real. Like, when you start out, it's not easy. It is like so demoralizing, and you think you can't do it. You think you can't get started, but like, we take what we can get, and you gotta keep at it. I talked about this while I was dying to Dagog Matthews while I was fighting him yesterday. But one of the things that like really gets to me is I'm very lucky that I have, you know, a lot of technical skills, social skills, business skills, where I know I'm going to be successful. It's going to take off. It's just a matter of when. But I feel so bad for a lot of the other smaller streamers who start out. Like, I have a handful of other streamers and YouTubers I really like, but, you know, they're never going to take off. Partly their own fault, but mostly because, you know, it's just the whole system is set up to be so aggressively against you, you know? I'm lucky that I know that won't be an issue. I have enough of assets and skills to help mitigate that at the start, but yeah, I just want to say I'm very lucky and I appreciate everybody showing up here. All right, so now what we do, we're going to change this to multiply. We're then going to reduce the opacity of this so we can see them all coming through the others. Then what we're going to do is erase the overlap. So we don't want these ones coming through here on this one because it's already going through there. Same thing with up here. This one, same thing, but this one can come through here. You want to see this. It's gonna look weird, but nah, I'm not gonna bother with that. I think that was a good idea, but I don't think it's gonna happen though. Exactly, that's right. You lucked out. You've got the best position. When I make it to the big leagues, you can flex on all of them. You have my permission. You have my permission. What happened? Oh, there we go. Okay, and then I think if we do this. All right, there we go. That's what I was going for. That's what I was going for. How many details are you gonna add? It's not about details. I'm really just experimenting with how I want the material rendering to work. So you probably missed it earlier. But I was discussing how the hard part with having such a simplified style is you've taken so many things and reduced them to their most bare bone elements that when you want to render certain textures or convey certain meanings and emotions, it's a bit harder because you have to then boil it down again for the person to understand when they witness and see this. We are pretty much done though with the fish roe. It's mainly that I want to get this to look like fish roe because these are going to be sold at a convention. I don't know which one, but my old roommate from college is going to go to a card convention. And so they wanted something to sell. So they commissioned me to make these for them. But I mean, all that's left is the rice. We've made it. We've done the final stretch. We just got to do the rice for Pikachu. Again, I also brought up earlier how I think it's funny. He's the sushi's supposed to be on top, but I think it's cute if we go about it this way. Yeah, that looks so much better. I'm glad we decided to stop experimenting. Where you want to buy it? I'm sorry, I don't know where, but I'll tell you what. If he what's it called? He does do drop shipping. Well, he used to do drop shipping. So he might still have a shop. I'll see if I can get the details, okay? No guarantees, but if it's an option, I'll let you know. I'll let you know. Okay, now just the rice. This part's not going to be fun, but then we're done. We did it. We did a whole thing. Technically 3 things, because these guys are going to be just as quick. It always fascinates me how you start from like something like one of these two and you end up like the one on the left. I don't think it's perfect, but I am happy with it. That's what matters. Too bad you're broke. Ah. And here I thought I could charge you for the $600 of the sticker, $500 shipping and handling. All right, now I have to decide how I want to do this rice. This is tough because I don't want it to be as textured as the fish roe, because then we're just gonna run into the same thing. Let me do some brainstorming real quick. All right, I've got a couple ideas. Let's try some things. We're gonna find the points where the rice would be the thickest. We're gonna want to flesh it out kind of like this. So probably 2 points like that. Then, you know what? We'll grab some more. Something like this. Something like this. And we'll grab like all the shadows. Whoops. So to start, let's go ahead and get our shadows correct. How do you get EXP? Because you don't know how. How do you mean? How do you get EXP? You mean in like the stream? I'm not sure. I might need to set it up. That might need to be something that gets set up. I know I've got to mess with that at some point, but that's probably going to be something I mess with at work on Monday or Tuesday, something like that. Whoops. What if we just do like... Yeah, I think it might have to be something I have to set up, and I have to set up like the rewards, the what's it called? Like the ranks, what they're called, etc. But it should be up soon. That's definitely on my to-do though. Okay, and this goes to be something like this. This guy comes down like so. You can just get cut out. Whoops, cut this. Lock this. This is my eraser. This is my eraser. Whoops. I'll do that later. We'll do this guy like so. Why are 2 people not chatting? I believe, you know, it's always a little rude to ask why people aren't chatting, but generally people are, they're doing stuff on the side. In streams like this, where there isn't as much interaction, we're all just chilling, we're all hanging out. I would put like music on or something, but I know that there's been a big shift in how companies and musicians can source references for like the music and stuff like that. So I'm just trying to play it safe before I put some stuff on. Yeah, exactly. Like I just get so focused at some points in the drawing. I can't keep up. I just want to keep drawing. And so that's all right. There'll be more high frequency and interacting streams, but this one's pretty chill to start with. So I know one of them, they're probably just lurkers. There are always lots of lurkers. You go to any stream, and there's nothing wrong with that. I do it all the time. Um, there was I used to watch, who was it? 𝘰𝘰𝘥𝘕 a lot, but I didn't really chat too much in the stream. Yeah, happens all the time. It's natural. Yeah, I wish I could do dishes right now. I forgot to do that before I started streaming. Hey, anyone wants to earn like $5? Come on over and do my dishes. You got it. You're good. Yeah, most people are lurkers. You only get engagement from about, I think it's like a 1 to 10 ratio for most things. Very chatty? Well, you're in yapper territory, so no worries at all. No worries at all. Everybody's different. Everybody's got their own thing going on. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I keep thinking like, oh, I'm done. I'm gonna just like wrap it up any minute now. I'll stop doing, everything I'm doing, and I just keep doing more. I'm like, I could try this, I could try this, I could try this. Because right now it just doesn't look like rice, so I'm trying to make it look more rice-like. Aw, thank you. He's just a little guy. He's just a little guy. And like you just see it slowly start to take form. Like I love when you take off the line art, bonk, and it looks so pretty. And this shows the painterly right here. This shows the painterliness right here. Yeah, it looks like clouds. I'm trying to make it look like rice. Um I'm not sure how we get there, but I think it's because everything's round and not oblong enough. I need more oblong shapes. That's what's throwing it off here. So rather than like being like this, it needs to be more like more like this shape. Yeah, you can still tell it's rice, but I think I need to keep it a bit more consistent. It's okay though. That's okay though. We'll get there. We'll get there. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. No, don't look right. I'll deal with that later. Because like I wanted to do all the individual bits of rice, but if you just make it look like chunks, it's just gonna end up looking better. Because of the simplified nature of what's going on here. They're also all different sizes, and I should be trying to like get them all to be the same size, but you know, I digress. No, yeah, it's just like you get in the zone and you just like sometimes you just got it. You just got it. You've cracked the code and you're like, that's what I'm gonna do. I don't have any music on or anything. I did at the start, but now I've just got like airplane noises in the background. Just some white noise to help tie everything out and drown it out so I can focus. But yeah, more shapes like this that shows the overlapping is gonna help. Like if I go here. Yeah, it's just gonna take some work, and it's just gonna take some working to get the right shapes. I think if this is one, then we do this. And if this is one, then we do this. Yeah, there we go. Just a matter of connecting all the shapes. What kind of music do I listen to? Ooh, another big question. I don't listen to like any hip hop. I don't really listen to any artists. Um, I'm autistic. I really have this weird, what's the word? Relationship with like music with audio in it. So I listen to usually just heavy metal mixes of video game music. Everyone's like, "Oh, she's so sweet. What must she listen to?" Meanwhile, it's like, you know, like just whatever scratches the brain itch. I'm not looking for like any particular music, but just like songs that like really itch my brain and make me feel pretty good. Um, I have two types of music I listen to. I've either got like music that like just gets me amped up and I'm just like I could like fight, so I could fight God right now, you know, like come at me. Or I'll listen to Just some more like calmer music. And when I'm not in the mood for music, I will just put brown noise on, which is just like the noise of a slow fan, industrial stuff. So you're a death metal fan? Yeah, yeah, exactly. So you get it. You get it. It's just like I don't know. I can't really get behind pop and rap, but Pikachu. That's you. That's what you did there. You said Pikachu. Ah, look at him. He's so cute. Go. There we go. All right. Got that going. I think what would help with the clouds is if I change the color of the outline. I think if I make it like gray instead of like the blue, it'll probably help. Let's do that. Let's try that. Why does he kind of look like Eevee? Because he's got the pudgy cheek and the ears down, so they looks a little bit cuter instead of being like an oval. Yeah, this should help instead of looking like clouds. I'm not gonna fix it, but it's gonna make it less. You're not gonna think of sky because it's not gonna have as much blue. We're at the point where I'm just polishing it to all hell, so we're almost done because that's how you know you're at the end. I did not think I'd spend the whole time on one Pikachu. I thought I'd be done super duper quick with this guy, but I ended up doing some more experimenting. Oh, I never rendered these guys down here. Oops. All right, see you when you get back. Changing the line art color helped. Yeah, it made a little bit of a difference. It made a little bit of a difference. It's still just like there's so many shapes that shouldn't be shapes. Like how this is supposed to be. I think if I just come in here, like this is supposed to be. If we do this, this is supposed to be a grain that goes above another grain, and like this is a grain that goes above another grain. Something like that, which I think was also causing an issue. So like this one would wrap around because it's actually like this guy. And then this guy would like wrap around because he's this guy. Just stuff like that's going to make it look more like rice. Like this is supposed to be two different sets of rice, but I, for some reason, made it a single one. Because it was supposed to be something like this. And then this guy. And that's another one there. And we could make this one. And then that's how you end up with a shape like this. And as long as I break up all those shapes with how they're supposed to be. Oh, did Snowball manage to get XP? Oh, Snowball's cruising ahead. Snowball did chat the entire stream I had yesterday too, so that might be part of it. It might just be a lot slower than like Twitch's stuff is what I'm thinking. Oh, Aki's Pokemart, what's good? How can I help? How can I help? Welcome aboard. Here's what we're doodling. We got a nice little tasty Pikachu going on here. We got ourselves Mew. I couldn't think of anything tasty to have Mew. Oh, you know what I could have done? I gotta write this down. I'm gonna do a Mew lollipop. Hold on, wait. Hold on. She's cooking. She's cooking. Wait. I thought of it. I've just cracked the code. We do Mew lollipop. Then we do, like imagine this is Mew. Hold up. Ignore how bad this is for a second. And then we do a heart-shaped lollipop. Grab gray. But Mew's tail is the lollipop stick. Ah, am I right? It's a little weird, but we'll workshop it. He's dead. No. He's not dead. He's just napping. He's just napping. Don't think about it too much. Don't worry about that. You better not let Snorlax get close to Eevee and Pikachu are dead. That's true. That's true. That's why he can't be my partner, because he's gonna eat all my friends. That's just what's gonna happen. Why are you dark? What are you underneath? That was weird. There you go. We'll workshop that idea. We'll leave that one for another day. Oh, Mom's YouTube. Hello, nice to see you. Am I new? Yeah, I'm a new streamer. I'm new on the block. I've been around the block, but I'm new here. That's just what I'll say. What's your favorite video game? Oh, what's with all the hard questions today? I just answered so many of them. Oh, crap. Favorite video game? That's a good question. That's a good question. If I had to pick, I don't know. Let's look at Steam. Let's look at Steam. Oh, no. I know what it is. It's, oh, I don't know what it is. Wait, what's it called? No, hold on. Wait. Oh, my memory isn't what it used to be. Hold up, hold up. I can find it. I can find it. Documents, totally legitimate games, emulators. Hold up. I swear I can remember what it's called. I have one. I was thinking about this the other day. I was like, that's the one. That's the best one. Ah, I got it. I got it. Expedition 33, very good. No, my favorite video game, I genuinely think, like the one I just enjoyed the most and have a lot of fond memories for was probably Dragon Quest Heroes Rocket Slime. Apart from that, we're looking at Terraria. That one holds a special place in my heart too. What else? If I look at my top played. Oh, Elden Ring. Elden Ring was so good. Baldur's Gate, Divinity Original Sin 2. And Persona 4. Yeah. I think Persona 4 is definitely up there with Dragon Quest. Yeah. It's gotta be up there. Yeah, I think that's where I sit my rankings, like those three games. Yeah, we'll be playing Terraria. When did that game come out? The Dragon Quest game? That one came out in the early 2000s. Let's do a quick Google. We're looking for the US release date. 2006. I was going to say 2008. I was close. All right, we got that going on. I want to get this rice done so I can just call this a day. We can move on. Ah, I gotta do my dishes. They've been rotting over there the entire stream. I'm just trying not to think about them. Let's see. What the hell was the layer I was on? There it is. So this would be a grain of rice. This one isn't. I think if I just do that, it'll be faster. That's a rice. This is a rice grain. You are meant to be here. So that makes you one. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Gummy Bear Snorlax. Ooh. I'm gonna write that down. That's going to my notebook. That's going to my notebook. Oh, is my stream? Oh, has no one told me my stream has been crooked that entire time? You guys could have said something. All right, back to drawing rice. We've got too many greens going this way, so let's break one up to go over here. And then we'll just turn this into a chunk. Yeah, a likely story that not a single one of you noticed. A likely story. I should have just done this from the start. What was I thinking? Because now we've got it all laid out. You can see the rice. Got another dark segment. We'll have you be some rice. Okay. Oh my god, I'm almost done. I'm almost free. You won't be able to catch me once I'm done with this. I'm out of here. I'll be back tomorrow, though. You'll know exactly when to find me. You rotate your canvas all the time, so you didn't even think about it twice. That's one of the other reasons I ended up switching to a mouse to draw, because I was getting so frustrated having to rotate the canvas all the time, and it was making my vertigo kick in. So I was like, nah, I'm done with this. I've evolved past a drawing tablet. We don't use drawing tablets in this household. We only use a computer mouse to draw. The artwork looks nice, though. Thank you. I know, nice for a mouse, right? I got nothing on the people who draw in MS Paint, though. Those people are crazy. I mean, not really crazy. I'd probably be fine because I just do what I normally do. But I would miss my quality of life features. Artist Adoriana? Nah. I got too many big plans, all right? Listen, I got big plans, let me tell you. Big plans. It's all part of a clever scheme. I ain't gonna tell you. Ain't gonna know. Nobody's gonna be able to catch me until it's too late. It's all a clever scheme. You see? First, we're gonna rob a train, you see? Ba-ba-ba-da. Sweet, sweet oil, C. What? Anasai, do you want seed oil? Is that what you're trying to say? I don't have any on me, but I could probably get you some if you need it. Muppets movie? Wait, which one? I love the Muppets. Which Muppet movie? Wait, there are like 20 of them. You gotta catch up on the pop culture, Grandma. I'm old. What do you want? I'm gonna be real. You're all about to be really disappointed in me. I want you to name a movie. Any movie at all, right now. I want you to know. I probably haven't seen it. I'm so out of the loop. The nickname Grandma is not for show. It's real. It's real. The Muppets 2011. I really liked the Muppets Christmas Carol and the what was that other one? Oh, Treasure Island was my other favorite one. Super Mario movie? Nah, haven't seen that one. I'll save you some trouble. The last time I saw a movie was 9 months ago. I'll do you another one. The last time I saw a TV show was like 5-6 years ago. The Boys? I've never seen The Boys. Oh, okay. I'll watch that after. Thank you for sending that to me. And you can send stuff to me too if you join our official Discord in the description. That's where I got this lovely set of fan art here in the bottom left of the screen. If you check your eyes over there. Every piece of fan art, it goes right on the fridge. Right on the fridge, because I'm proud of you. Oh my god, he's so close, guys. He's so close to being done. It's not round. That's not what this normally looks like. But I mean, they just kind of packed it on him, I like to think. Great grandma, grandma. No, I'm not that ancient. I'm trying to think. Am I actually someone's grandmother? I'm not, but I've been on it for a while, so it could definitely be something that pops up at some point. I'll keep y'all informed. I mean, I don't have any kids, so I mean that wouldn't track. So close to freedom. That's right. I can get away from all you chumps. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I love being here. If I didn't love being here, I would have left ages ago. Fossil? I'm not a fossil. What do you take me for? Neo, are you still in there? Come back me up. Prehistoric. Good old eldritch being grandmother. I forgot that this guy, we just did this experiment over here. We gotta fix that. It was looking like a Dragon Ball for a second, and that's not what we're looking for. Get rid of that. That's the layer I'm trying to get rid of. I don't know what this is for. Get out of here. We don't need this anymore. That's fine. Yeah, that can all get merged down. That's fine. Clean up your layers. Some Pokemon we don't need. We can get rid of that too. What's this? We don't need that anymore. Ah, all my layers are nice and cleaned up. It's perfect. New is AFK. Oh, say something that's not. That's not true. Hi, my name is Goku. Dude, could you imagine Pikachu just sitting on this ball of he's just sitting on this stack of Dragon Balls and he was like, yeah, man. My first wish is to be turned into sushi Pikachu. We'll workshop it. We'll workshop it. All right, that's all good. I need just add this in here. Oh, that's the wrong layer. All right, here we go. Those ones are done. No, you know, I'll do it the right way. I'll do it the right way. There you go. Now those are done. Ah, I gotta clean up the rice still. Oh, 5-minute adventure. She said, in and out with some sushi. She said. How do I highlight this rice? I can't add a highlight. It's white. Right? How do I? I don't think it's happening. I don't think that's happening. The depth added by that one dot on the bottom is crazy. It is, isn't it? Adds that 3D-ness to it. This needs to be more like this. Not enough contrast. There we go. Flying Pikachu Pokemon Anniversary 26. I mean, I know there's Surfing Pikachu, but... Oh. Oh, he's so cute. You have both. Let's go! Alright, speed running this cleanup. Lock in, that's right. I've been itching to just go on Monster Hunter all day. That's what the plan is. That's what the plan is. Did my Genshin daily, so I don't gotta worry about that. I'll probably realistically take a nap, get tomorrow's stream ready, and set up the stuff for the streams for the rest of the week, as well as a Christmas stream, because you know what? We're gonna spend some time on Christmas streaming. I just make this a darker area, right? Just like that. When Christmas stream? I'll probably do it at noon. I'll probably stream all day. I think that's probably the play. I don't know what I'll do though. We'll have to think of something. We have to think of something Christmassy. Worst case scenario, we do some Christmas drawing, but trying to think. I'm trying to think. We could play a choose your own adventure book. There's a couple Christmas choose your own adventure books. We could do some of those. I'm trying to think of like a Christmas game, but I'm having trouble thinking of one. We'll have to think. We'll have to think. We'll have to think. We'll have to think. As Snoopy. We do love Snoopy in this household. Christmas cookies. That's not a bad idea. I could make Christmas cookies. We could make Christmas cookies. I would just need to get the what's it called? I have to get my old headband set up where I would headband my phone across my neck and I would stream with that. I used to do that when I was cooking on Discord and stuff. This is too tiny. We just do this. Die Hard, the video game. I've actually never seen Die Hard, so I think it'd be funny if the first time I experience it is just through playing the video game for Christmas. Because I don't know, this argument that is Die Hard a Christmas movie, I've heard it a million times, but I can never comment because I've never seen the movie. Same thing with like celebrities and actors. If you like asked me to name any, or you tried to like describe one, etc., I couldn't do it. That's the best Christmas movie. I've never seen it. I don't know. I don't know if it is a Christmas movie. I'm sorry. That's one thing I don't have a specialty on. I gotta lock in. I can't lock in. I've never seen it. It's not an argument. It is actually a Christmas movie. I don't know. There's some people on the internet who probably like very much agree or disagree on that. Let's be real. It would be so funny. It would be so funny. I can't watch the movie because that's copyrighted, so we can't do that. But I think some other options are in the realm of possibility. Play the crawl space. It would be so funny. What is the crawl space? Let's see. Crawl space. Oh, this looks horrible. This is terrifying. Why would you recommend this? What is this game? VR game? I don't have a VR headset. I'm sorry. It's free. All right, you know what? I'll put it on the list. I'll put it on the list. I'll put it on the list. We're almost done. We're almost there. So close. I said we're almost done, but you know, that's like if I'm driving the car on a road trip and I'm like, don't worry guys, we're almost there. You said that 6 cities ago. I think this could have all been solved if I used my head, if I just used my head earlier. I think I gotta add another one here. No, we'll think of something for Christmas. We'll think of something for Christmas. I'm like certain. I have like a big list I've been making for years about streams, stream ideas, themes. Well, we'll see what we can get. Dark Descent? What is that? Oh, Amnesia? I've played Amnesia. I've played Amnesia the Dark Descent. I beat that game, actually. I don't do good in horror games. I'm a big baby. I can't do it. Oh my god, guys, we should play Genshin Impact for Christmas. Am I right? Ha 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 ha. Resident Evil? No, actually, I've never played any of the Resident Evil games. Not a single one. Not a single one. I have a whole backlog of like popular games too I've never beaten either. I don't know, maybe we could do Hollow Knight on Christmas. So I gotta get that started anyway. So it's gonna be Hollow Knight. I've never played the game. I've avoided all spoilers. And I'll be playing with reverse controls too. So it'll just shit show. That's what it's gonna be. I should have just done this from the start. I don't know what I was thinking. Silksong. I've never played Silksong, but it just like the internet collectively lost its mind when it came out. So it's on the table. It's on the table. We'll see what's going on with that game. I've also got to do an Elden Ring randomizer, but my equipment is chosen randomly from what I have. I've never played Dead by Daylight. I'm gonna be honest, that's another one I'm probably not gonna play. It's just, I don't know. I can't get into more grinding games, I say, as I'm playing Monster Hunter, Genshin Impact, and God knows what else, or all I do is grind in the games. I'm trying to be better about playing games that you grind in. It's also just hard once you start stacking up responsibilities. The adulting becomes difficult. Nobody likes adulting. Oh my god. We're almost done. Oh, here we go. I knew I was forgetting something. Ah, I think with that, I think we're done. All right, we did it. Streamed for way longer than I anticipated. But, you know, we have fun. We had fun. And there it is. There's the finished result. He's pretty cool. He's pretty cool. I'm probably going to do a little polish off camera. But next time we'll do these two. And they'll be much, 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 much faster. I'm just a little out of practice. I don't think I've done much drawing recently. But we're gonna do this. Grab this. Go. So that way it looks like that. Then we're gonna just make it slightly darker. Do another run. Probably a little darker. Yeah, there we go. No, I don't like it. Keeping it as is. Oh, actually, I did just remember something we can do. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. All right, we're not done yet. We've got one more thing I forgot to do. We can add a shadow to each of these. Then I'm done. Then I'm out of here. I had enough of this. I'm out of here. Do I want to? Yeah, it's just gonna add more depth. We don't have a highlight, so it'll just give it more depth. Never done. Listen, it's the addict. It's the addict mentality. I can't escape it. I can't escape it. But this'll be done in a couple seconds. So, oh well. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Spooky. Have a good night. Yeah, it's just hard to balance because I want it to look like rice, but I think I just keep it that color. The value wasn't pushed too much, so we had to push it. So now it's just got more depth. If you look before, it's like it didn't stand out as much with the rest of the artwork. Okay, and then we'll finish this off. If it needs more polish, it needs more polish. What can you do? All right. I'm calling it there. I'm calling it there. I'm calling it there. She says for the 1000th time. All right. There we go. There he is. Pikachu in rice. Look for my work in the museums of the future. Thank you so much for hanging out. I'm out of here. I gotta go take a nap. I'll catch y'all later. See you tomorrow, Monday, and the days after. Have a good night.